With our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to view a broadcast of the Board of Directors meeting, which is live at www.youtube.com/State Bar of Texas. We also provided instructions on how to sign up to speak at today's meeting. With our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to view a broadcast of the Board of Directors meeting.
Super cool, two Chads. We probably want to kill that though.
/State Bar of Texas. We also provided instructions on how to sign up to speak at today's meeting. With our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to view a broadcast of the Board of Directors meeting.
Super cool, two Chads. So
Director Courageous, Director Crosley, Director Culpepper has an excused absence. Director Barunda Firth, Director Fisher, Director Forbes, Director Fuller, Director Gibson, Director Goss, Director Harris, Director Hill, Director Hoskins, Director Huddleston, Director Asrani, Director Kern has an excused absence. Director Kroger. Justice Learman has an excused absence. Judge McClure. Director McDonald. Director Miller. She is present. Director Morales. Director Mount. Director Naylor. Director Pratt. Judge Ramirez. Director Rispoli. Director Ritter. Director Shambato, Director Scott, Director Sloan, Director David Smith, Director Michael Smith has an excused absence. Director Todd Smith, Director Stafford, Director Stelly, Director Sood, Director Tyagi Rajan has an excused absence. Director Tisdale, Director Toby, Director Tobin, Director Tolchin, Director Vargas, Director Vasquez, Judge Wilkinson, Director Pack Wilson, Director Wooten. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
This time, I'd like to ask Director Aaron Tobin of Dallas to come forward and present the invocation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May we bow our heads and pray. Dear Heavenly God, may we remain thankful for this day that you have given us, for its blessings, its opportunities, and its challenges. We ask that you direct this board and our leaders, Laura, Chad, and Trey, today during our meetings. We pray that we are ever mindful of opportunities to render our service to this board, the lawyers in our great state, and the communities that we serve. May we appreciate the responsibility we are entrusted with to work with Laura to build a better bar for all of our members. We pray for strength and guidance for each day as it comes and for each day's duties to our bar. May we be challenged as leaders to give our best, and may we be assured of your presence with us always. For this we pray, amen.
Now ask Director Lydia Mount from right here in McAllen to come forward and lead the board in the pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Welcome to McAllen. Bienvenidos.
Before we move on to agenda item number 5, remarks from the general public, just a few notes. First of all, we want to thank Director Mount for the wonderful cookies at your place there. She worked very hard on those for us. Thank you. Also, you will note a book at your place. Veronica and I were pleased to present those to you. It's a wonderful read, and every lawyer in Texas and beyond should read that book. Finally, let's not forget the folks in the back, and I'll probably forget someone, but Jennifer, Amy, Tammy, Susan, that group who did a wonderful job of getting us all to McAllen, arranging for this lovely venue and dinner last night, and they just do amazing work. So let's give them a round of applause for everything that they do. At this time, we would like to welcome any members of the public who have signed up to speak. Any member of the public joining us in person who wishes to speak should sign a blue sign-in card and return it to staff. If there's a specific topic of discussion or agenda item you would like to speak on, please list that on the card. If any members of the public have signed up to speak remotely, you will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is your turn to speak, and I will address you to indicate when you may begin. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak. We do enforce that time limit, and we will notify you when your time is completed. We do have, I believe, 5 members of the public presently signed up to speak. The first is Taryn, and I believe the last name is pronounced Champagne. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Taryn Champagne, and today my commentary will be on item C2 regarding remote proceedings. Over the past year, I've engaged in court watching, and over this time, I've watched probably somewhere around 35 to 40 court hearings. In a large number of these cases, attorneys get really antsy about having members of the public watching their hearings and try to raise this as an issue to the judge. Many of these attorneys then seek to have these hearings closed to the public, and in my opinion, this is so they can abuse pro se litigants in private. I've had it happen to myself. It is either they wish to abuse these pro se litigants in the private where people aren't watching, or they are frightened to have their incompetence exposed. These star chamber proceedings are the hallmark of a corrupted legal system and in every way violate the open courts doctrine of the Texas Constitution, which clearly states all courts shall be open. There's nothing in there that says only criminal courts. All means both civil and criminal. This is not acceptable and is clearly a deliberate attempt by attorneys to silence those who would expose their inadequacies and corruption. What is beautiful, however, about the remote proceedings being broadcast online is it allows the public greater access to the courts than ever imaginable in history. People should be able to be an active part of our government. They can do this not only by watching and seeing how their government works, but also deciding how they making decisions regarding whether a judge is effective and deserves their vote or not. Or they can observe attorneys that are also public figures and determine whether they are competent and should deserve their business. When I see attorneys like Daryl Weinman, Rasheen Mazahari, or Jeffrey Bernstein arguing for closing the courts, in my opinion, it shows they are corrupt and are concerned that their ineptness will be exposed. Specifically from the disciplinary rules of professional conduct, it states, a lawyer is a representative of clients, an officer of the legal system, and a public citizen having special responsibility for the quality of justice. Lawyers, as guardians of the law, play a role in the preservation of society. Currently, there's a lot of mistrust in the legal system. That's why I'm here testifying. The bar can assist in restoring the public's trust in the legal system by advocating for the continued usage of remote proceedings that can be watched by the general public. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and by having people watch what is happening in courts, we can root out the bad actors. At this time, it concludes my testimony. Do I have any questions?
There are none, and we thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Our next member of the public is George Saldana. The floor is yours, sir.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, I'm a little hoarse. My name is George Saldana. I'm an advocate. I'm the founder of Texas Team 2503, Interference with Child Custody. As some of y'all attorneys know, in family courts, possession and access is a huge issue within the state of Texas. Not only is it a civil matter, but it's also a criminal matter. Texas Penal Code 2503, interference with child custody is a state jail felony. And so what we've been doing when it comes to Zoom proceedings is we've been court watching for some of our members. And just like Taryn said, sunlight is the best disinfectant. And what we've seen are attorneys trying to motivate judges to close off these proceedings. We have an interest in this because we're starting to see where possession and access is not being enforced on the judicial side. And as we know, police are telling our members, advocates, and others that interference with child custody is a civil matter and take it back to court. With that going on, it's just a full circle, right? You send them back to civil court. They keep paying to play until they run out of money. So these Zoom proceedings are very important to the public to make sure, just like Taryn said, to ensure judicial accountability, not only for the judiciary, but also for attorneys. Y'all read the Constitution, which is continually violated in family courts. And if every member here has an interest in cleaning up the judiciary where the public has confidence in the judiciary, then I would ask that y'all help us keep these proceedings open. We know by the Texas Constitution and the United States Constitution, the open courts doctrine, it says these courts need to remain open. But unfortunately, we're being shut out and the public's being shut out. And eventually it's all going to come downhill. One of your family members are going to be in court and they're going to be played with dirty attorneys. And I think y'all need to do a better, and not specifically anybody in the crowd, but I think some people need to do a better at controlling some of these attorneys that are running rogue. We've talked to the state bar grievance or committee over the grievance committee. And so we know that there's problems within the grievance committee and holding some of these lawyers accountable. And so the movement's really growing, whether some people like it or not. There's a lot more court watchers that are getting involved. There's more criminal lawyers are not immune from criminal liability. While they zealously can fight for their clients' rights, it must be within the bounds of the law. And these attorneys are pretty much trying to slander a person or defame a person in court without making statements of facts. I'm sorry, was that my time limit?
Yes, yeah, that's your time limit. If you could wrap up, please.
Yes, sir. Some of these attorneys are making statements of facts on the record, trying to poison the well. And that right there, when you're talking about children and trying to remove children from other parents, that's just totally unethical. And that's, I guess, what y'all don't stand for. Y'all want ethical attorneys. But I'd like to wrap up, tell y'all, thank y'all for letting me come on. If y'all have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Our next speaker is James, and again, I apologize if I don't have the pronunciation right. I believe it's Stanzak, and the floor is yours, sir. I believe you're on mute.
Oh, I want to say thank you all for giving me a moment to speak. And I'd like to start out, I've got messages saying, don't come on and that I'm going to be made a martyr and stuff like that. But the first thing I would like to do is read a verse from the Bible. And this is in Jude 20:17. Dear friends, remember what the apostles of our Lord Jesus Christ foretold. They said, in the last times, there will be scoffers who will follow their own ungodly desires. These are men who will divide you, who follow mere natural instincts and do not have spirit or love in their hearts. Now, with that said, George Washington, our founder, said deeds, not words. And Abraham Lincoln said, a nation divided cannot stand. And also with that, we have Ma Ferguson, who said, well, I'll be damned, I didn't know that, who was governor of Texas. So dear children of the world, you need your dads back. Thomas Cranmer wrote the wedding vows that most Americans have used since 1549. Those vows never said, did you know in the event of a divorce, your wife or child can lie and have you sent to prison? Those vows of love and assurance and of equal devotion were made in America ever since it began. According to legaljobs.io, there is over 760,000 divorces per year in the USA. That equates to one divorce every 10 to 12 seconds, more than some countries with bigger populations have in an entire decade. Even today, there are good citizens who believe a vow is for life, better or worse, or till death do us part. And unfortunately, those often are the real victims. The wedding vows never said there would be a legal system that profits off of destroying families. And that's what we're focusing on today. There's no warning in wedding vows that tells of countless victims groups and women's groups on social media that would make women and children feel like male presence in the household is a danger. Find it on Facebook, find it on YouTube, and in books like Hit 'em Where It Hurts, and even kids telling kids on Snapchat and in PlayStation groups and in games to say dad's raping them or molesting them, to blackmail dads when he turns off the PlayStation, the internet, or takes up a cell phone. Never before was it evident that a wife or a husband could find multiple married couples or singles on Fling, Ashley Madison, and even on Facebook, places where spouses can flock and a married couple can go and find cheating men and women by the millions just a click away, and to be discreet, and no one will ever know, or will they? No one would ever guess that we live in a time that the courts would become weaponized in a way to where the police and CPS and websites and neighbors and blogs and videos and courts and legal counsel and even local schools and children's books can teach a narrative and advise a child or a spouse how to create a narrative and build false accusations toward another parent. This happens in districts of courts that are willing to press criminal.
Mr. Stanzik, your time has expired. If you could conclude, please.
Yes. But with that being said, simply by going online and researching media stories of abuse and watching movies, a spouse or a child can make claims to divide people in custody simply by going online and clicking. You can find ways to destroy a spouse in restraining orders simply by lying or using the law as a weapon against them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Our next public speaker is Sam Jandro. Mr. Jandro, you have the floor.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excuse me. Thank you. I am here to speak about the remote proceedings agenda item as well. I am an attorney up in Fort Worth. I'm a solo practitioner, and I have a pretty high volume practice. And just wanted to, of course, thank you for the work you've done so far on the remote proceedings issue, for approving Steve Fisher's resolution a few months ago on continued use of remote proceedings. Just wanted to speak from the practitioner's perspective. I know, of course, most of you are practitioners, but as someone with a particularly high volume practice, the use of Zoom has significantly changed my practice for the better. Switch back to a lot of in-person court has, of course, made my practice significantly more logistically difficult. And frankly, this has actually caused me to have to cut back on the volume of clients I'm taking, as well as, of course, pass along higher bills to clients. So I definitely don't think that everything should be done by Zoom. I think some things should absolutely be done in person with everyone in the courtroom. But with that being said, for some things, I think any nuisances associated with the use of Zoom, and there are nuisances, absolutely, are outweighed by really the ability for more people to have attorneys, to not have their legal bills be quite so steep. So I thank you for your work on this so far, and I just wanted to let you know that from my perspective, at least, I think it's very important. And I believe that most other attorneys I've talked to do agree with the continued use of Zoom, at least for some types of hearings. Thank you. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Jandro. Our final public speaker is Joseph Villarreal. Sir, you have the floor.
Hey, good morning, y'all. My name is Joseph Villarreal. I wanted to thank y'all for y'all's time. I'm in favor of Zoom hearings. I appreciate the last speaker's testimony that was a practicing lawyer, right? I think probably 75 to 85% of all court cases should be able to be conducted on Zoom hearings. There's really nothing to hide, right? We're in 2022. There should be no reason why we're not able to move family court hearings remotely to be brought into a technology day and age that we live within. It's easier for the litigants, it's easier for the lawyers, and it's easier for court watchers as well. I'm friends with Taryn Champagne, George Saldana, a lot of other people that unfortunately weren't able to get signed up for it. And the reality is we've got major issues within family courts. I've watched several court hearings in person and online, and I can say without a doubt that when there is a watchful eye of the public watching what's going on with these court proceedings, judges act differently. As a matter of fact, recently there was a court hearing. Let's just say the Supreme Court were able to watch. Criminal courts were able to watch online. Why is there such a resistance for online hearings to be conducted in family court services? There might be rare extremities where there's physical abuse, sexual abuse, that shouldn't be broadcast, but that's a small percentage of court hearings that we hear. We know that there is a court, the Texas Family Law Foundation lobbies for the Court Reporters Association, whatever that falls under, right? So these court reporters are already paid by the county, and then litigants that get drugged through family courts then also have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars for court transcripts, which we don't have the money for that stuff. So I'm all in favor for Zoom hearings.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
My apologies for mispronouncing your name.
Oh, actually, you did quite well. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public who have signed up to speak? I believe then we've heard from every member of the public who signed up to speak, and the public comment period is now closed. During the remainder of the meeting, if there are board members or staff who wish to speak, please approach the microphone and I will recognize you when it is your turn to speak. Also, any director who wishes to make a motion or second a motion, please remember to state your name. That's very helpful to us in keeping the minutes. At this time, we're going to take agenda item 7A out of order. That is the approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Director Charbonnet has moved to approve. Do we have a second? Second. My goodness, Director Cavazos has seconded. The motion before the body is to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The agenda is approved. At this time, Judge McClure, would you please come forward to swear in our two new board members? And I would ask our new board members to come to the front and be sworn in. Our members are Judge Ramirez from Dallas and Christopher Pineda from Brownsville.
All right, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear? That I will faithfully execute. The duties of the office. Of Director of the State Bar of Texas. And will to the best of my ability. Preserve. Protect. And defend the Constitution. And laws of the United States. And of this state. So help me God. Congratulations.
And at this time, President Laura Gibson will present a resolution.
Thank you and good morning. It's my pleasure to present a resolution to Joseph A. Connors III. Mr. Connors, if you'll make your way to the front. Let me tell you about Mr. Connors from McAllen. He has been practicing law since September 24 of 1973. following his graduation from the University of Texas School of Law and has been certified in criminal law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Thank you. By the Texas Board of Legal Specialization since 1979. That's 33 years. He's widely recognized as the counsel of record who argued and won Ray versus United States in 1987. His colleagues describe Mr. Connors as one of the smartest, kindest, most dedicated, and generous attorneys in practice. He has previously held the positions of briefing attorney for the Texas Court of Civil Appeals in Amarillo, which he held from 1973 to 1974, right after he graduated from law school. He was the assistant criminal district attorney for Hidalgo County from 1976 to 1978. He was an instructor of criminal law practice and procedure skill courses between 1978 and 2021. He's an adjunct professor for Texas criminal procedure and appellate advocacy at the Ronaldo Garza School of Law in Edinburgh from 1988 to 1989. He's served on the boards and committees in various leadership capacities to the betterment of the Hidalgo County community. He's been active at the state level. He's a charter member of the Texas Bar College from 83 to present. He's a member of the Pro Bono College of the State Bar of Texas from 1994 to present. He's a member and chair of District 12B Grievance Committee from 1984 to 1991, 7 years, and we know how important our grievance volunteers are. He's held memberships in the Texas Criminal Defense Lawyers Association, where he was a director from 1982 to 1989. He's been on the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I've never heard of this group, but I'm going to look into it. It's the American Society of Writers on Legal Subjects and the Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid, where he's been a director for over 30 years, including board president from 94 to 96. And Mr. Connors is a glutton for punishment. He asked me please to reappoint him to the Rio Grande Legal Aid Group, which I had no idea covers 64 counties in our state. So he wants to do more for us. He proudly served our country in the United States Marine Corps Reserve from 1965 to 1971. And today, the State Bar of Texas will honor Joseph A. Connors III with a resolution in recognition of his service to the people of McAllen and Hidalgo County, and for his unwavering commitment to the law through his work, volunteerism, and service to professional organizations. We need to preserve this, right? We're happy to post them. Congratulations. Well deserved.
And I failed to note, for those of you keeping score at home, this is all under agenda item number 7. That is the report from the chair. I just have a few things to mention. The first is I was very grateful for the chance to represent the bar at the Texas Bar Foundation luncheon during the annual Judicial Conference on September 7th in Grapevine. Want to talk for just a minute about board communications. And what I'm going to talk about, everything I'm going to talk about is available to you in board effect. But as you all know, our communication with constituents is a critical part of what we do as directors. It's really important, particularly now, I think, that we help remind people how the bar serves Texas lawyers and the public, and that we hear their feedback on how we can do better. The primary way we ask you to communicate is to give at least one state bar update CLE presentation in your district before the end of the bar year in May. Let me say that again. We are asking that every elected director in this room give at least one State Bar Update CLE presentation in your home district before the end of the bar year in May. And to help you do that, prepared for you are 2 PowerPoint presentations that you can give to local or specialty bars or other organizations in your district, either in person or virtually. The presentations are entitled, first, Maximize Your State Bar Membership and Improve Your Practice. That is accredited for 1 hour of MCLE credit, including 1 ethics hour. The other is entitled 30 Benefits in 30 Short Minutes, accredited for, I bet you guessed, 30 minutes of MCLE credit, including 30 minutes of ethics credit. The staff has made this incredibly easy for all of us to do. The slides are built. The key talking points are in the notes section of each slide. All you have to do is reach out to your local bar and ask when you can come speak to them. If you don't have contact information for your local bar, we have provided a local bar roster along with your materials in board effect. We also have brochures that you can share with the group when you make your presentations. Very important. Please do let the communications staff through Lowell Brown know as soon as you schedule a presentation so they can make sure that you have the latest version of the PowerPoint, any other materials, and can make a record of your presentation. Thank you all for cooperating and participating in this effort. Very briefly about board effect, please remember board effect is there to increase efficiency and help us reduce printing costs by giving you a single place to go for secure online access to everything you need to fulfill your various duties as director. Along those lines, I say at every meeting, and yet we have some recalcitrant members from time to time. Please remember to RSVP to meetings and surveys. It's very hard on the staff with a group this large to have to run us all down to get answers. So please remember to complete those RSVPs through the board effect portal. Last point, one of final 2 points, solicitation of candidates. If you are interested in running for chair for the 2023-2024 Board of Directors, it is getting to be that time. The board policy states that, quote, a second-year director who desires to be nominated for the position of chair shall notify the chair in writing before the second quarterly meeting of his or her intention to seek that position for the following organizational year, end quote. So any of you who are interested in running for chair should include a written statement that you believe would be informative to the board in its selection of the chair. If you are a present second-year director interested in serving as chair next year, please make sure that you send that letter of intent and your statement to me by Friday, December 9. Again, that is Friday, the 9th of December. I need to have that in my hands. Last note, and this is just informational, but many of you probably have been following the issue of licensure of paraprofessionals in various states to perform certain legal services. That issue is now going to be studied in Texas. The Texas Supreme Court is charging the Access to Justice Commission with examining that. Our understanding is that that letter should arrive sometime in the next couple of weeks from the court to the commission. At this point, it's very early in the process. We know very little other than we do know the commission is committed to a very open, very inclusive process in examining this issue from all angles. At this point, I am simply asking the administration committee through Director Smith to stay abreast of those developments and keep us as a board informed of them as need be. And that concludes my report. Are there any comments from directors? Seeing none, we will now move to agenda item 8, the report from the executive director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, State Bar Board of Directors. Good to see everyone. Want to congratulate Mr. Connors again. Thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to recognize you. You're a great role model for our profession, and you've represented it very well, obviously. Congratulations. And Pete and Abraham, we thank you all for being here and joining us today. It's very good to have you. To Director Judge Ramirez and Chris Pineda, congratulations on being sworn in this morning. When you were taking your oath, I'm sure the oath itself and the responsibilities that were identified and listed were not lost on any of the other directors as well. It's a burden, but it's one worth carrying. And we are glad that you're joining the State Bar Board in this capacity. And we welcome you. And I urge all of our directors to, again, take note of the oath that was taken this morning, because we've all taken that oath and we live it every day. So thank you. I want to give you some updates relative to some travels and meetings and activities from the Executive Director's Office. Obviously, we had our board strategic planning session back in July. It was very productive. I highlighted your work and your efforts in the September Bar Journal. So I thank you for that. We also followed that up with the local bar leaders conference, and it was what I call a resounding success. That conference helps us fulfill our statutory obligation to encourage the formation and activities of local bar associations throughout the state, as is required by the government code. I attended the National Association of Bar Executives meeting in Chicago, and the National Conference of Bar Presidents and the Southern Conference of Bar Presidents meetings. They were good, meaningful meetings and discussions with bar leaders from around the country. And we were able to share ideas and thoughts relative to what other states are being challenged with in terms of unified bar and self-regulation. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to attend those meetings on your behalf. We're looking forward to hosting in Austin the Southern Conference of Bar Presidents meeting. That'll be in October. This will be the first time Texas has hosted that meeting since 2003, when it was held in San Antonio. So we're looking forward to a gathering of the many states around the country to join us there in Austin. I did have conversations this week with Josh Doyle, the executive director from Florida. I wished him all the best during the hurricane. I offered our assistance if and when needed, and he acknowledged that and said that they had everything under control at this point, but obviously keep the Floridians in your thoughts and prayers, because they took a big hit. And being from Galveston, I know what that feels like. Our leadership SBOT program continues to be a great success. This is our 15th leadership SBOT class. They had their first meeting last week in Austin. It's a great group of class members. I got to meet them all. This class represents the diverse demographics of our state as well. During this first session, they heard advice and guidance from leaders who have been involved with the State Bar of Texas, including Judge Karen Crump, TYLA President Michael Ritter, Justice Jeff Boyd from the Supreme Court, Judge Aurora Martinez Jones, and others. These class members get to learn a lot about themselves while also beginning to form a great bond with their classmates. The class will be deciding what they want to work on for their class project. The next meeting, the second meeting, will be held in March in Galveston, and we're looking forward to that. We have certain members of our State Bar staff who make this program a success, and that's the individuals in the photo on the screen there. They've been doing this for a long time, and they've taken ownership of it, and they've worked hard at it. They've given up much of their time, but they do it willingly, and they do it graciously, and they do a great job. And as you can see, it's Jennifer Reams, Karen Chevins, Tracy Brown, Kaylin Laney, and Erica Grigg. So give them a round of applause for their work. Thank you all. I'm happy to tell you about a recent addition to our executive staff, Tammy Knoll. She's in the back of the room. Tammy has served the State Bar previously as our printing coordinator for many years. And recently we expanded her role to include working with officers and directors alongside Jennifer Reams. Tammy has a strong work ethic and a stronger family value ethic, and she considers all of us to be her family, and you should be grateful for that, because she'll take good care of you. She takes good care of us. She has an ability to manage multiple projects at any one time. Her passion is the 50-year lawyer recognition every year at the annual meeting. She handles that, puts that together, talks to the lawyers, talks to their families, makes it special for them and makes it special for our profession. And she really does a fantastic job with that. So I always look forward to the 50-year lawyer celebration and her work on it. So thank you, Tammy, and welcome. And we look forward to having you and working with you. A few years back, we honored Jerry Cisneros, a longtime State Bar employee who is in our facilities department. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge his retirement after 42 years with the State Bar. He was our building maintenance technician. He started April 14, 1980. And served the State Bar until August 31, 2003. Jerry was loved by all. After a very short 1-month retirement, Jerry returned to the bar on October 1, 2003 to continue his service. He recently decided it was time to retire, and so he did so on September 15th of this year. Jerry's colleague, Michael De Leon, says Jerry was a meticulous note taker. In a time before electronic messaging and digital archives, Jerry would jot down a brief note, sometimes only a few words, relaying details of a repair or installation, and affix it to that component with lots of clear, sticky tape to preserve the ink. His repair notes sit all over the law center. They're taped to cover plates or hanging from pipes and offer directions for repair, or note which panel a breaker is in, or where a 1970s era plumber placed a cutoff valve. From his early days, Jerry planned for a day when he wouldn't be around, but the bar would have to continue moving forward without him. We're happy for his service and happy to have known him. We're going to miss him at the law center because I always enjoyed, he'd be talking about Baylor, he'd be talking about UT, about Texas Tech, about the Cowboys. He made it be known he was not a Houston Texans fan, and I just left him alone. So about that. So, but Jerry was a great guy, great friend to all of us, and he's going to be missed. But I want to recognize him and his service to the bar. Want to update you on some staff leadership positions. Texas continues to be a national leader in bar association work, and that includes State Bar staff members serving in leadership roles. I want to highlight some of our staff's current leadership positions to give you a sense of the scope of that involvement. First, Erica Rodriguez, our MCLE director, was recently elected vice president of the Continuing Legal Education Regulators Association, or CLE Reg, and will serve as president next year. Virginia Izaguirre, director of our program planning for Texas Bar CLE, was recently elected to the board and executive committee of ACLEA, or the Association for Continuing Legal Education. Tracy Jarrett, our chief financial officer, is serving on the audit committee of the National Association of Bar Executives, or NABE. Corey Squires, our research and analysis director, serves on the NABE surveys committee. Patricia McConico, our Texas Bar Journal managing editor and website director, serves on the National Association of Bar Executives Professional Development and Digital Engagement Committees. And then finally, Lowell Brown, our communications director, was recently named chair-elect of the NABE communications section and will serve as chair next year. He also serves on the NABE bylaws committee. So I want to congratulate all of them for their work of going above and beyond and serving on a national level. Good job, everyone. And along those lines, I'm pleased to report that the State Bar of Texas was recognized and won a national award for our communications related to the 2022 State Bar President-elect election. So pay attention, Jerry and Steve. The State Bar deployed a multimedia campaign to promote voting in the election. The campaign emphasized the importance of lawyers unique system of self-governance in Texas and included design of a logo, articles and advertisements in the Texas Bar Journal, mass email messages, website and social media content, and 2 virtual candidate forums, including one recorded as an episode of the State Bar of Texas podcast. In recognition of these efforts, last week, the National Association of Bar Executives Communications section awarded the staff a Luminary Award for excellence in PR, marketing, and social media campaigns. So congratulations to all involved, and that includes our communications division staffers, Chris Beasley, Tony Garcia, Patricia McConico, Lowell Brown, and Jeffrey Hinkson, as well as Deputy Executive Director Ray Cantu, Texas Bar CLE Video Production Director Paul Burks, and his team, IT Director Craig Chapman, and Executive Assistant Jennifer Reams, along with our gracious volunteer host of the State Bar of Texas podcast, Rocky Deer, who all helped put together the virtual candidate forums. Congratulations. Thank y'all. We have published the new annual reports of the State Bar that highlight the goings on of the State Bar and the accomplishments and the things that go on, and also of the Commission for Lawyer Discipline, as well as the 2022-2023 Volunteer and Staff Guide. So you have those at your seats, and those resources are also available to you in Board Effect and available to the public on the State Bar of Texas website. So please take time to read these reports and learn about the great work that you and the State Bar of Texas continues to do on behalf of Texas lawyers. And now finally, our Staff Excellence Award. I want to recognize Terry Rodriguez and Joanna Herzick, who are watching the meeting today. Terry and Joanna have been working together for 17 years. This dynamic duo is all about making the website experience as seamless as possible for Texas lawyers and the public. They are the ones who answer website support calls and emails when a lawyer or member of the public can't find what they need. They are constantly assisting people and always in a professional and courteous manner. That goes for their interactions with staff members as well. They work with other departments to make updates to content on the website, and they always respond quickly and efficiently. As webmaster, Terry is intricately involved in all aspects of the website. She started her tenure at the State Bar in 2000. As part of the communications division, she's done everything from fact check and write articles for the Texas Bar Journal to shoot and edit videos for Texas Bar TV. As the web content specialist, Joanna is responsible for posting ads on the site and providing stats, creating the apps for the State Bar events and uploading all content, and maintaining the lawyer scam blog posts on Texas Bar blog, among a host of other things. Joanna started working for the bar in 2005. As part of the communications division, she has helped judge the TBJ short story contest and the Law Day editorial contest, in addition to almost single-handedly running the adaptable lawyer track at our annual meeting. Terry and Joanna divide and conquer tasks, and they consistently perform at a high level of excellence. They both show the utmost respect for the State Bar of Texas and its mission. Terry and Joanna, thank you for your exceptional service to the State Bar of Texas, to the lawyers of Texas, and to the public of Texas. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, that completes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments from directors? Okay, before we move to our next agenda item, just a couple of things. Number one, we have a number of folks with early flights today because of the limited flight availability, and some of those people are judicial liaisons. So my intent this morning, we're going to take a couple of things out of order, but my intent also is not to take a break this morning. We're going to press ahead and get as much done by the noon hour as we can. So if you need to step out, feel free to do that because I'm not going to take any breaks. Second point, congratulations to our staff members. And just to reiterate, I will tell you, we all tell you this, those of us who work with other bars, when you deal with Texas bar staff, you're in the major leagues, and sometimes you're going down to single A when you go elsewhere. Our people are the very best, I promise you. We are now going to move to agenda item 9. That is the report from the president of the State Bar of Texas, Laura Gibson.
Thank you very much. I'm supposed to have a clicker up here. Does anybody know where it is? It was at the top. That's where they said it was. Maybe did it fall on the ground? Lowell, do you know where it is? Okay, it was right there.
Didn't see it when I came. Oh, there it is.
Yay. All right, thank you very much. Let's see if it works. There we go. Where are you? Right. So, good morning. So it's been a long time since June 10 in Houston when we were at our last meeting and I got sworn in. I know a lot of people had to head back. So that's a photo of Justice Lerman swearing me in at the annual meeting. This is my report about what I've been up to since I saw you last. There we go. This is actually Wick Stuckey. He babysat me as a kid. He's a pastor at my church, Chapelwood Methodist Church, and he gave the invocation at the annual meeting. It's very, all right. So I have 10 grandchildren and 8 of my grandchildren were able to attend the annual meeting. 7 of them gave the Pledge of Allegiance. I've yet to see a photo of that. I have to put that on my to-do list. But this is Connolly Ann Holmes, who was born on May 2nd. And she was not old enough, obviously, to do the pledge. And Maddie Ogden was the little girl who everyone was afraid was going to tip off the stage during the pledge. It was definitely interesting. I was also honored to have my mock trial partner, Steve Farrell, and Heather McFarlane, who I've known and worked with in the AWA, the Association of Women Attorneys. They sang the national anthem and did an amazing job. Let's see what's next. So this is from the Midnight Mambo, I think, the TYLA event with Cindy and Sylvia Santos and I. So we've been talking about how amazing the State Bar of Texas is. And the best way to know that is when you go someplace else and the people are amazed by the state of Texas. I was invited to attend the Arizona State Bar meeting. And this is a photo of me with Patricia Morris, excuse me. She's a retired judge from the Arizona Court of Appeals, and Tim Ido, I think it's Ido. He's actually Lowell Brown's counterpart in Arizona. And when they saw I was there from the state of Texas, they were like, we have to take pictures. We got to do what you do. And attending the Arizona Bar Association meeting, as nice as it was like going to a Dallas or Houston Bar Association meeting. I mean, we are rock stars in the state bar world. Let's see what's next. This is a really finicky clicker. Oh, there we go. So this is from the local bar leaders meeting. And so many people were so excited to be there because we hadn't had one in a long time. And all the young lawyers were so energetic. TYLA, Michael Ritter's team, knocked it out of the park in the presentations they put on. They talked about social media. People were sitting on the floor. There were so many people that wanted to attend that presentation. All right, Chad, what am I doing wrong? Oh, there we go. So Texas Lawyers Wellness, a lot of you know, they've got a really big presence on the Facebook, and they arranged this meeting. The organizers did a really great job, but they picked a place where you're supposed to pay a lot of money and eat a lot of food, and nobody wanted to eat, and nobody drinks in this crowd except for me and Cindy and Sylvia. So the restaurant wasn't very happy. They started taking people's plates away because they were afraid people were going to cheat and get food. So this is the local bar leaders meeting. This is one of the Houston Young Lawyer Award recipients. This is, okay, so we got to attend the NABI and the National Conference of Bar Presidents in Chicago. And literally people were clamoring to get to any of us who were there representing the state of Texas. They were so happy about the McDonald decision. And they really just looked to us on how to lead the nation. And Trey Apfel is a rock star. He is coveted by everyone. They want to know best practices in the state of Texas. These are with some folks from Texas at one of their receptions there. We got to see a little bit of the city. This was a motivational speaker who spoke to us and was awesome. Yeah, he's from Texas. He actually went to TCU. He went to TCU, and he's gone back to TCU to coach their track team. He's an Olympian. This is Janine Rispollet and her husband, and Baylor School of Law getting recognized. Dallas got an award too, right, Trey? Yeah, so they gave 3 awards, and Texas got 2 of them. So congratulations to Baylor.
And Texas A&M.
And Texas A&M, I know that, I'm an Aggie. This was a Texas delegation at the end of that meeting. This was us and we see Robert Toby there. This is more of the Texas folks. This is, talk about scary times. I went to Texas Tech and I got to speak to the Texas Tech first year law school class at their orientation. I did that at SMU too, but SMU wasn't so scary because it was more like a lunch environment. You know, you're at the round tables. This was that little tiered school that you have, right? And August was 40 years since I was a first year law student. And I have to give a shout out to Dwight McDonald. Dwight picked me up from the airport, took me to dinner with the dean of the Texas Tech Law School, Dean Jack Nolan. He arranged a dinner for us with a first year law student and her husband and a third year law student. He took me to my hotel, picked me up in the morning to take me back to the law school, shepherded me and introduced me to everybody at Texas Tech, and then drove me to the airport. I mean, talk about service. He knocked it out of the park. Thank you, Dwight. There he is. This was at Michael Ritter and his team invited me to Dallas week before last to attend the TYLA meeting. And this is with me with some of the directors there. And this, historic, right? 3 women, and Sylvia couldn't be with us, but we had a photo of that. I think that's, and then this was the executive committee meeting 2 weeks ago. And this is me at the U of H ribbon cutting with the first Hispanic graduate from the University of Houston Law Center. We have a $93 million new building, and I think that's it. Yep. Oh, and that's me speaking. Steve Benesh was kind enough to capture that picture. I was actually holding my head up because I was so exhausted, but it looks like I was listening. All right, so those are some of the things I've been up to. I also spoke to the Tarrant County Bar Association. Yeah, I've covered that. Okay, so yesterday we had about 30 people here in this room for the solo and small firm practitioners. We continued that, gave them 2.5 hours of CLE. It was well regarded. Chad spoke, Santos spoke, Kimberly Pack Wilson spoke. Who am I missing? Chad and Nitten spoke. Everybody did a great job. We got lots of nice compliments. They heard about family law, employment law, litigation, and they learned about our programs and resources. So now I got to make a nice call to Chris Pineda. We had a resignation because somebody got a new job and could no longer serve on the board. So I was really happy to call Chris and welcome him to the board and also to welcome Judge Carrillo Ramirez. So Let me tell you a little bit about Chris. He's an experienced assistant U.S. attorney at the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of Texas. He represents the United States in federal court in civil litigation matters. And before joining the U.S. Attorney's Office, he worked at a civil litigation firm in South Texas. So welcome, Chris. He received his BA from the University of Texas at Austin and MPP from Harvard Kennedy School of Government and his JD from Boston University School of Law. He's the first lawyer in his family. He's active in various local, state, and national organizations, including the Texas Hispanic Issues Section and the bar's Law-Focused Education Committee. He's a past president of the Cameron County Bar Association and a past Brownsville Division Director of the Federal Bar Association of the South Texas chapter. So welcome, Chris. So today is the last day of Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month. It's a national suicide awareness issue. And we know that it's critical to our profession. As I talked about last night, it's for those of you who flew in and weren't able to attend our beautiful dinner at the patio last night. Suicide is the third largest cause of death of lawyers, only behind cancer and heart attacks. In my article in the September issue of the Texas Bar Journal, I focused on the potential to save a life by asking somebody to lunch. And that sounds very trite, but I'm really convinced that reaching out to people we know, even the ones we think are doing well, is really helpful in improving everybody's mental health. I'm also trying to get our lawyers to contribute to the Sharon Crowley Memorial Trust, because as we know, I think it was 2 bar years ago, we ran out of money for the funds for TLAP. So we need to make sure that we have money to help our lawyer resources. You should have seen on Tuesday, September 27th, we sent out a blast to all of our members, telling them about a 1-hour CLE program, about how to see the signs, recognize the signs of suicide and how to take action. The feedback I've gotten in just 4 days has been immense. I mentioned last night that one of our bar members introduced me to her sister, who's a doctor who serves on a national suicide prevention board. And we are going to partner, the State Bar of Texas and TLAP are going to partner with that organization to try to do a better job in teaching our lawyers how to be warriors in the field of preventing suicide. We continue to promote the Texas Lawyers Assistance Program and its many resources. There's a free 1-hour CLE called What Lawyers Need to Know About Depression and Suicide, and it's available on the website. If you haven't seen it, you should. It's very impactful, and it's available for you to share in your district to other organizations in your district who can benefit from that resource. We do all these wonderful programs, and we need to make sure they get watched by as many people as possible. Other initiatives, I've been working very hard talking about succession planning. The Law Practice Management Committee is going to focus solely this year on making sure we do a better job of educating our lawyers about succession planning. While we unveiled this in 2019, only 700 of our almost 110,000 lawyers have actually availed themselves of designating a custodian attorney. We're also doing presentations about understanding the grievance system. Next month, I'll be doing a webinar with Shauna Willing and Scott Rothenberg on grievances, a 1-hour CLE program. And that is so important to our mission of protecting the public and our self-governance. The last thing I want to talk about is, as you know, during Sylvia's term, she had a task force to study diversity, equity, and inclusion. And at our meeting in June, this board approved the creation of a new standing committee on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I had the great privilege of working with our sections and our committees that are designed to promote diversity interest, to come up with 15 nominees to serve on the first Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. They include representatives from the Disability Rights and Issues Committee, the Diversity in the Profession Committee, the Women in the Profession Committee, African American Lawyers Section, Asian Pacific Interests Section, Hispanic Issues Section, LGBT Law Section, Native American Law Section, and Women and the Law Section. Your packet includes a copy of the proposed committee roster, But for those who are attending as our guests and those who are watching online, those people that have been nominated are Brittany Harrison of Dallas to serve as our chair, Deborah Cordova from the Valley to serve as our vice chair, Tracy Amazon from El Paso, Jesus Castellon, Michelle Cheng, Victoria Clark, Rob Crane, who's a former member of this board, James Dockery from San Antonio, who actually lives in Arkansas, but he's licensed both in Arkansas and Texas. Shayna Faulhauser, Victor Flores, who couldn't be with us last night because his little boys have the flu. Poonam Kaji, Sean Pevsner, Goodwill Pierre from Houston, Judge Maria Salas Mendoza, and Alan York. So today I am asking for board approval to appoint the members listed on that roster for this new standing committee. I hereby move that the board approve the roster for the new Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee.
I think actually we need an elected director motion as well. Director Wooten moves to approve. Do we have a second? Director McDonald seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the roster for the new task force? Is it a task force or a committee?
Standing
Sorry,
committee.
diversity, equity, and I need to state the motion properly. We have a motion and a second to approve the appointments to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Standing Committee. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
The last thing I want to say to you is if you were not able to attend our strategic planning meeting in Houston as part of the local bars leaders conference, you didn't get a copy of this message map. So they are back in the back of the room for you to pick up if you haven't gotten one of these. I really encourage you to carry this around with you. This was something we learned about Trey and I guess, gosh, that was January of last year. Attended a National Association of Bar Executives and National Conference of Bar Presidents meeting in Chicago, and we learned about the concept of a message map. And I think it's a really good one because everything kind of ties to our goals and it helps us to do a better job communicating to our members. I'm a firm believer that if our members knew everything the State Bar was doing, they would be really pleased with our leadership and with our self-regulation. So if you haven't picked up one of these, please do so and carry it around with you as you interact with people in your community so that we can clearly communicate all we're doing. With that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, President Gibson, and thank you for all of your hard work and get some rest. Are there any comments from directors? Seeing none, we will move on to agenda item number 10. That is the report from the President-elect of the State Bar of Texas, Cindy Tisdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I've been a little busy too myself, not as busy as Laura, but I've been busy and we're going to have to coordinate our pictures. So I'm going to start off. I spoke in June at the Family Law Essentials Seminar. The Family Law section puts on these seminars. You're going to hear more about it later. And in return, you get free CLE, but in return, you have to take 2 pro bono cases through the local legal aid provider. And the Family Law section has done that since 1995. Well, I spoke at the one in, guess where? Granbury. I didn't have to travel far, but my speech was on the importance of pro bono work. And it was eye-opening to a lot of people, eye-opening to me. And so I really enjoyed that and talking about the importance of pro bono work and what the State Bar does for that. I also spoke at the summer school, the Texas Bar College Summer School. And although my speech was on family law, I will take any opportunity in front of any group of attorneys to talk about the great things the bar does, right? So my speech might not have been about the bar, but I took that opportunity to talk about the bar in front of all of the attorneys that attended. And Anne Mary Cruth was the course director for that course. Also chaired the standing committee chair orientation. So all of the standing committee chairs, we had a Zoom meeting to talk about the deadlines, what we expect from them, that sort of thing. It was a very good, productive meeting and we took care of that. Where's my TYLA folks? At the local bar leaders conference, the TYLA women all had these sparkly shoes on. Well, the three of us felt left out. So we ran down to the mall and all got sparkly shoes, and they welcomed us to do that. And they welcomed us in their group, even though we're probably old enough to be their mothers. But, and so we're part of the TYLA Sparkly Shoe Group. And it's just, okay, it's kind of funny, and I'll put it in there, but that's just to talk about the collegiality. And that TYLA has in the opening, they open their arms to us. Come on, you might not be young lawyers, but they welcomed us. Oh, it is. This is in Chicago. You've already heard a little bit about the National Conference of Bar Presidents. I will tell you and reiterate what Laura said. I was in a meeting with all of some states call it president-elects, some call it vice presidents, but I'm in a room with all of my counterparts from all over the nation. And, I'm there to learn. I'm there to absorb. They all look to me. What's Texas doing? What is Texas doing here? And I kept going, but I'm here to learn too. They're like, oh, no. We learn from Texas. When Laura and Trey tell you that Texas is the epitome, they're not lying. I'm looking at Melody Wilkinson, but you go to these conferences and Texas is way up here and they're looked at. I did learn some things. I did not teach anything. I did learn a lot of things, but I was just impressed with how much Texas is looked up to. The same picture, we need to coordinate our pictures. I'll coordinate better. The Dallas delegation. This is the motivational speaker. His name is Kadavis Robinson. He's now the new track coach at TCU. And there you go, Todd. He ran track too, and he was an Olympian. Very great motivational speaker. I gave the state bar update to the advanced family law seminar. You would be surprised, some of you, maybe not some of you. The advanced family law seminar is held every August in San Antonio. At this seminar, we had approximately 1,776 attendees. Yeah, it is amazing to stand up before that room, let me tell you. So I gave the state bar update, and what's so fun about giving the state bar update is you're in this huge room, you see all the people, but it's also piped up to their room. So they're in bed watching you, right? Which is the way it should be. But I took a picture and Paul took a picture. So you're standing, this is from the stage, and I had to do a panoramic. That doesn't even do it justice. It's amazing. But I finished my speech and I just gave it 15 minutes state bar update. I can't even begin to tell you how many attorneys came up to me for the rest of the week going, wow, I didn't know the state bar did that. Or wow, the one that I got the most feedback on was the Sharon Crowley Memorial Trust. And that they can donate money and the bar donates money, and that we have that available to attorneys that can't afford to go into rehab or can't afford counseling or something to that effect. And we help them pay for that. I got so much feedback, and that was very uplifting. So that day I gave the state bar update. I also gave another speech. I was Ted Lasso. Yeah. So, yeah. So, yeah. But my speech, I kicked off, and I was supposed to be the first speaker, and we always have a professionalism speech. My speech was, be like Ted Lasso. And what I did is I took something from the Texas Lawyers Creed and married it with a quote from Ted Lasso and how they correlate. And I had clips, did a lot of editing on those videos. Have a lot of great feedback, but I'll tell you what, I love doing those professionalism speeches because it's a good reminder to me too. And I've have this new saying, I told it to one of my opposing counsels the other day. I can disagree without being disagreeable. You need to learn to do the same. I said a little bit nicer than that, but so that was a really fun speech. And again, in front of more than 1,700 people. I took off the mustache and everything else when I actually gave the speech. I didn't do the entire speech with a mustache on. So that same day, I also gave a third speech to, it's called the Hell on Heels ladies. These are Texas Attorney Women, and it's a Facebook group, but this group, they call themselves Hell on Heels, and it's basically to lift each other up, straighten each other's crowns, as I like to put it. It's not to put other women down, it's to lift each other up. So I was the keynote speaker for that event. It was sold out. There were 200 people there. And there we go. I also, at that, I was the judge of the shoe parade. See what you get to do as president-elect. I was judge of the shoe parade, and the winner of the shoe parade, it says live, love, litigate. I don't know where she got those shoes, but I need to find them. Also, like others, I attended the Texas Supreme Court Historical Society dinner. I want to give a shout out to Todd Smith that put that dinner together. He did an amazing job, and it was a very well attended. It was packed, sold out, and it was just an amazing presentation, and good job, Todd. Of course, I see Harriet, and I have to get a picture with Harriet, right? And of course, then our chair was there, and I got a picture with them. So that's kind of what I've been up to, in addition to practicing law. Yes. So let me talk to you a little bit about what's coming up. For the fiscal year 23-24 budget committee, we had our first meeting on Tuesday, September the 20th. During that meeting, this committee discussed the State Bar's budget process and the timeline for the preparation for the fiscal year 23-24 budget. So budget planning and projecting has been underway since August. Initial budget packets have been furnished to the State Bar's divisions and department directors on September the 26th, with a deadline of their completing that by October the 14th. Once all that budget data is received, then the finance division will prepare and analyze that budget. The budget review process will continue to include a step for review of compliance with the State Bar's limitations, according to Keller and McDonald decisions. So when we get those budgets back, we're going to go through and make sure everything and every dollar being spent complies with those decisions. Also, the budget committee will continue prior year budget committee's leadership initiatives, and that's going to be the long-term planning for that technology fund. The budget committee will meet again in December at the Texas Law Center. Division and department directors at this meeting will attend and provide information about their area of the budget. During this meeting, the committee will finalize a proposed fiscal year 23-24 budget for presentation to the executive committee and then to this board at our respective meeting in January 2023. One other update on the committee review process. As many of you know, this year a committee review task force has been appointed to review the bar standing committees. The State Bar Act, it requires that the State Bar Board conduct a comprehensive review of all of our committees biannually every 2 years to do two things. First, this committee has to decide whether there's a continued need for the committee. And then second, whether there is unnecessary overlap of committees. And so this task force is going to look at all that and make with those two goals in mind. The task force will meet with each of the committee chairs and review the activities of each committee over the past 2 years. The committee review process has led to some positive changes to the standing committee structure, and we look forward, of course, to another thorough review of all of our committees in the committee review task force. Our goal is to complete our final report by the April board meeting. We will outline all of our recommendations to the executive committee and then, of course, present it to this board in April. The members of the task force are Tom Crosley, Sonia Hoskins, Lawrence Morales, and Kim Naylor, and I serve as the chair. So that's that committee. And Mr. Chair, that is my report.
Thank you, President-elect Tisdale. Any comments from directors? Seeing none, we will proceed to agenda item 11. That is the report from the immediate past president of the State Bar of Texas, Sylvia Barunda Firth.
Thank you, Chad. And good morning, everyone. I'm glad to see everybody here. Before I begin my report, I just want to thank all of you for the approval of the DEI standing committee. And it's a big deal to say standing committee, not a task force. It's not going away. When I first embarked on this project and spoke to those who came before, particularly Martha Dickey and Lisa Tatum, and they said, unless you get something permanent, that stays after you're gone, the enthusiasm, the interest kind of wanes after a while. So work really hard to get that done. And those of you who've been with us for the last 2 years know how much work that was. And so I really do appreciate, and those committees that helped to craft this to make it something very workable. And I'm really excited about the people and that have agreed to serve, because I know they'll do some great work. My report, as is appropriate, is a lot shorter than these ladies because I have not been nearly as busy as they are, but you can see, thank you for including me in the photos. You can see I was there for a lot of these things. So rather than revisit those, I just kind of wanted to use my time to kind of expand a little bit about some of the things that we've spoken about. And I'm going to start with the Leadership SBOT program, which is an amazing program. And it's one of those things like when you're around TYLA and you get re-energized by the enthusiasm of the usually younger lawyers who are willing to take a leadership role. And I really want to encourage you to recruit people to be in Leadership SBOT, support them, write their letters, nominate them. It's very common in the nonprofit world, and I know almost everybody in here serves in some kind of nonprofit role in your community. But you oftentimes hear that part of your obligation as a board member is to help find the person that will follow you, find your replacement. You know, the minute you're there, you're supposed to be looking around, somebody else who will pick up the mantle. So supporting Leadership SBOT, nominating people for SBOT is your way of doing that. And it's a great way for us as leaders to find the future leaders in succession planning. So I just kind of want to give a plug for that. And I also want to talk a little bit of the National Conference of Bar Presidents, because just as has been mentioned, there is a place for past presidents as well. And I was in those meetings, and everything everyone has said about the leadership of Texas is very true. I know you believe us, but trust me. But while I was there, by virtue of having been a president, I am qualified to be a member of the National Conference of Bar Presidents. So I paid my dues. I'm an official member now. And I know that several of you all are past presidents of your local bar association, and I encourage you all to have a look at this, because this organization is dedicated to creating future leaders in the bar, and it is a way for you to impart what did you learn while you were a leader, and again, carrying forward. So they have a little saying on their website that says, a bar president for a year, a leader for a lifetime. So I encourage you all to do that. As part of my membership, then I was appointed to, I guess, to the Committee for the 21st Century Lawyer, which is chaired by none other than our own Robert Toby. And I didn't know that when I got it, but I was really thrilled to see him there. So it's a program that provides programming about what it takes to successfully lead a bar association. Those programs are available to all of us. And so I know Robert and I will be sharing with you where those programs are, and they're online and you can participate or watch them. But I know that Robert would want me to mention the fact that the program that was birthed in Dallas, the Together We Dine program, is now going to be featured on a national level with the National Conference of Bar Presidents. So I believe it's in November, right? November 17th. So those of us, if you have time, join, help, support, tell others about it. And I'll encourage you all to participate in National Conference of Bar Presidents. In addition to having participated in those meetings myself, I have also, I'm going to tell you a little bit of forward-looking things and kind of issue a challenge to you on a couple. So I have once again agreed to be the moderator, whatever you call it, for Loteria, which you notice the 16 came and went, and there was no Loteria. So what happened? Loteria, but the Hispanic issue section is now been moved to Dia de los Muertos on November 1st. We're looking to make it bigger and better. So we'll be looking for y'all to participate and come play Loteria with us. Another event, and you can speak to Liz Cantu about this, that's coming up with a little bit of foresight, is the International Women's Day in March 8th. Yes. So the women's section of the bar is going to be hosting statewide events all at the same day. And we're looking for people to host their events in each one of their communities. And Liz is looking for some, and I think it'd be great for some of the directors to step up and help to host those events, to give information about the women's bar, the women's issue section. So that ends my little commercials, I guess, for how we can continue to serve. And I'm going to move on to my Building Planning Committee report. So the Building Planning Committee has been meeting to continue the work of the development of 1415 Lavaca. But before we get into the specifics of what we've been doing, I need to update you with regard to a couple of changes of the makeup of the committee leadership. Jerry Alexander served as chair of the committee this past year, and he has done an exceptional job of leading the committee. But as you know, Jerry has recently been selected as nominee for president-elect by the Nominations and Elections Committee. And in a few moments, the board will consider and vote to approve Jerry and Steve Benesh as candidates for president-elect. As we have every reason to expect that Jerry's going to be approved as a candidate, he has stepped down as chair of the committee to focus his efforts on being a candidate for the next 6 months. So he's going to stay on as a committee member because he wants to continue to help us with the project. But in the meantime, I have agreed to serve as chair in Jerry's place for the remainder of the year, and Todd is going to step into the role of vice chair. So that change has already occurred. This summer, we entered into a contract with the Lawrence Group Architect Group to begin the first phase of the project. And the committee met with them on August 25th to discuss a schedule that includes a building assessment, feasibility study, programming, and conceptual design for the building. The Lawrence Group has already begun their work with multiple engineers and consultants. They're touring the building to perform assessments of its structural components and capabilities. I think most of y'all know that has a historic significance, and so we need to deal with all of those issues when we talk about redoing the building. The plan is for the Lawrence Group to provide us with several design concepts that include the potential for multiple stories and pricing estimates for construction. And we hope to have plans by the end of the calendar year. And we hope to be able to make a report on those designs at the January meeting for the board's consideration and discussion. The committee has decided to use the construction manager at risk delivery method for the project. This has become very popular in government projects, mostly because it has the potential for helping us to control costs. As part of the process, you select a person or a firm to be the construction manager. They're with you throughout the project, and they're a consultant to the owner in the design, development, and construction phases. Sometimes it's actually the general contractor itself, depending on their level of expertise. So the bar will put together an RFQ to search for the CMAR. You'll hear us talk about as construction manager at risk. And we will also retain a construction attorney who specializes in construction of those projects that size to help us with that project. And lastly, the committee is going to start doing research on fundraising to see what our options might look like for obtaining voluntary contributions. Depending on what the board wants to do with the building, we may need additional funds to help cover the expenses, particularly if we decide to go multiple stories. And we all know that the cost of construction and materials, it just continues to increase and dramatically in the last few years. So look forward to that kind of information in the future. And that concludes the report from the construction committee, building construction committee. Thank you, Chad.
Thank you. Are there any comments from directors? Well, on behalf of everyone in the room, the entire board, we appreciate your willingness to step up and take over the chair position of the building committee. We know that you earned the right to go to El Paso and sleep for about a year, so we're very grateful to you for doing that. This time we'll move to agenda item number 12. That is the Commission for Lawyer Discipline Chief Disciplinary Counsel update, and I believe McAllen Candler is going to give that update to us today.
Thank you very much. I'm the vice chair of the Commission for Lawyer Discipline this year, and I'm finishing it's my third third year of my second term, so it'll be my last year. Very honored to be here. The Commission for Lawyer Discipline Annual Report for the bar year of 2021 through 2022, ending May 31st, has been released and is included in your materials. Please contact Shauna Willing, Chief Disciplinary Counsel, if you've got any questions, and she's here if you'd like to speak with her later. Here are our statistics for the first quarter of fiscal year 22-23. This would be from June 1st through August 31st. We received 89 complaints that were resolved through 58 sanctions. The sanctions imposed were 6 disbarments, 6 resignations in lieu of discipline, 16 suspensions, 7 public reprimands, 14 private reprimands, and 9 grievance referral programs, the GRP program. And the attorney's fees that were collected during this quarter, $42,215.65. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments from directors? Seeing none, we're going to take now agenda item 21B out of order. That is the report from our liaison from the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. I would ask Judge McClure to come forward and give us that report, please.
Good morning. So this week was the 4th full week of our term that we started at the beginning of September. One of the things we're seeing is that our workload is starting to increase as COVID started to ease as far as trials go. So we're seeing more appeals, more writs. So I would imagine in about a year or so, we'll be back to pre-pandemic levels, and actually maybe even exceeding that, since a lot of counties have ramped up the use of visiting judges to have more jury trials. So I think we'll be seeing a lot more work in the future. One thing I want to encourage you to do, we've started to try to get around the state more instead of just hearing oral arguments in Austin. And so on March 24th of 2023, we'll be at Baylor Law School. Last year we were at Texas Tech Law School, and I was laughing when Laura was talking about Dwight McDonald taking her around, because he has done the same for me in the past when I've come to Lubbock. So if you ever go to Lubbock, just call Dwight. You don't need an Uber or Lyft. Just give Dwight a call. He'll just drop everything and come get you. But in any event, one thing I like to tease Dwight, but in all seriousness, he shows the spirit of leadership and serving others. So he's a good guy, and I appreciate that. But anyway, so March 24th at Baylor Law School, if you're interested in seeing oral arguments in person, and coming to Austin is maybe too far, but Waco's closer, I'd encourage you to come. And thank you very much. I've really enjoyed my time on the board, and I appreciate the warm welcome you've all extended to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge McClure. Any comments from directors? At this time, we'll move on to agenda item 13, the Executive Committee Nominations and Elections Subcommittee. I believe Director and Past Chair Vargas will present that report and an action item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on behalf of the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee, today we have both a general report as well as several action items. And with respect to starting off with the elections, the committee decided to continue using a hybrid election of both paper ballots and electronic voting, as we've done for the past 16 years. We believed very strongly that we didn't want to move yet to an all online balloting system, because we still have about 20 to 25% of our members that still use paper ballots. So we want to encourage lawyers to vote and make it as easy as possible for them to cast a ballot. We'll continue to monitor the return rates in the next few years to assess whether we should move to an all online election in the future. And we began the nomination search process in June to identify attorneys who might be interested in interviewing for the candidacy of president-elect. We published our call for nominations in the Bar Journal, online, and we sent notices to all committees, sections, as well as local bars. And over the summer, we spoke with a large number of people who initially indicated an interest in being considered for an interview. Over the course of time, we ended up with a list of 9 attorneys who agreed to be interviewed. This year is an open year for candidates, meaning that candidates can come from any county in the state. But the committee decided it wanted to focus on large counties this year, and we looked at potential nominees from the large metropolitan areas of the state. On August 15th, we conducted an in-person interviews at the Law Center, and we had a very strong group of nominees, each of whom would have done a wonderful job as president-elect. And we're really fortunate to have that type of interest from lawyers who are so well qualified for the position. And after much deliberation, the subcommittee voted to select Steve Benesh of Austin and Jerry Alexander of Dallas. And they're both here with us this weekend or this week, and we're happy to have them here. Their bios and their interest letters are included in the board materials under the Nominations Committee tab. And we're very, very pleased to have these 2 very dynamic individuals to recommend to the board as candidates for president-elect. They both bring a tremendous amount of experience and service to lawyers and the bar. And we know that they'll both run great campaigns this year. And so on behalf of the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee, I move that the board approve Steve Benesh of Austin and Jerry Alexander of Dallas as the state bar candidates for president-elect for the 2023 election.
We have a motion from Director Vargas on behalf of the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee coming from a committee. No second is needed. Is there any discussion? The motion is for approval of the president-elect candidates. Seeing no discussion, all directors in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? I think that is a unanimously carried motion with some ambiguity. Thank you. You ready for the candidates?
I am. Okay. No, do you want to do candidates now, or do you want me to do the board policy proposal?
Let's go ahead and do the policy proposal.
Okay. Okay. And we're going to hear from the candidates in just a moment. Before we do, though, we do have a proposed change to the policy manual that has a direct effect on this year's election. We've included the materials on the proposal in your nominations tab, and the proposal deals with increasing the reimbursement amount for president-elect candidates to help pay specifically for brochure and website expenditures. Like everything these days, the costs for campaigning have gone up, and the current amount we reimburse candidates just hasn't kept up. As a result, candidates are having to pay more expenses out of pocket in order to run their campaigns, and travel costs alone have gone up exponentially, which is the bulk of the cost for running a campaign. The proposal that the committee approved was to reimburse candidates up to $10,000 each for costs related to campaign brochures and websites. Candidates have to pay money for the development of these materials, and this amount should cover those expenses. As we've always done, the bar pays for the printing of the brochures to be distributed along with the paper ballots and posted online. Currently, candidates get $15,000 each as reimbursement for all costs related to the campaigns, and adding the $10,000 to the $15,000 that they currently get, they'll have $25,000 total for their campaign, for their respective campaigns. We sent the proposal that you have before you to Kenan Wooten, the chair of the Policy Manual Committee, and she had some good suggestions to the language that we incorporated into the proposal. And so if the board approves the proposal, our intention is that it's effective immediately to be used for this upcoming election cycle. And so on behalf of the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee, I make a motion to approve the proposed amendments to section 2.01.12 of the board policy manual as identified in your materials pertaining to reimbursement of up to $10,000 to president-elect candidates for expenses related to campaign brochures and websites.
Thank you, Director Vargas. Just to be certain, because this is coming out of two committees for parliamentary purposes, I'm going to treat that as a motion both on behalf of the committee and in your individual capacity and call for a second from the floor. Director Forbes has seconded. So the motion is to approve the change to the policy manual. Is there any discussion? Chair recognizes Director Fisher.
Yes, I'd like to know, I mean, if there was more interest in the bar, and once again, there was an independent candidate, would they get the same reimbursement? And would they get the same paid invites to certain bars that in the past they hadn't gotten? I mean, where the bar paid for the transportation, that was outside the 10,000 or 15,000. So the bar would pay for them to go to Lubbock or Amarillo, and the independent candidates were not allowed to go, or they had to go on their own and schedule another time. So does this take any account? I mean, does someone who gets the signatures and runs, if the bar ever had that kind of interest again, would they be reimbursed in the same amount?
I will direct your point of information to the former chair if he knows the answer.
Do you want to handle this?
The intent is that every candidate will be treated the same. So even if there is a petition candidate, they would be eligible for the same reimbursements as the ones that come through the process. So once they're a certified candidate, yes.
Any further discussion by directors? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Vargas. At this time, we will hear from the president-elect candidates. Each of them has selected a member of our board to provide an introduction. So we will hear an introduction and from the first candidate and then an introduction from the second candidate. I'd like to call on Director Scott to introduce our first president-elect candidate. Up here, please. At the front, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my very great pleasure to introduce Jerry Alexander to this board. I know that he actually needs not much of an introduction because you all already know him from his decades-long service to the State Bar of Texas and to the Dallas Bar Association, both as chair of both boards and in Dallas's case, as the president of the DBA. Jerry is an individual who has given a great amount of time and energy to the practice of law in Texas and the betterment of the practice for all lawyers across the state. I know I have a very brief amount of time, so I thought you would best be served if I highlight a couple of Jerry's qualities that I think are important and will recommend him to you. First of which is Jerry is a leader who has and is willingly undertaken to meet head-on and resolve very extremely knotty problems. And by naughty, I mean K-N-O-T-T-Y, not naughty. He does so with great creativity and vision. And by way of example, we had, I'm sure everyone remembers, we had a wholesale change in our Dallas County trial bench several years ago, many years ago, changing from basically a Republican bench to a Democratic bench. And there was a lot of friction that came out of that changeover between the Dallas Bar Association and the judiciary. And it was not generated on purpose. It was just perceptions and thoughts that were coming out of the new group of judges. And Jerry undertook a task force to try and investigate those perceptions and the problems and issues raised by the group of judges coming in, and to try and fashion a way out of this friction between our established bar association and our judiciary. And he did it with great success. And it was a very good effort and a very healthy effort, I would say, in trying to bring our groups of lawyers and judges together in a way that led to our judiciary now being one of the staunchest supporters of the Dallas bar that we have. And I know that Jerry would apply those same skills and talents to issues that we're going to be facing as a bar down the road here. And the other thing I want to point out is Jerry's a very generous person. He and his wife, Sherry, are in the very, very top group of givers to the Equal Access to Justice campaign and have every year been at the top in their contributions to that campaign. So we really appreciate everything that Jerry's done in that regard. But he's also very generous of spirit and very generous with his talents and time. And I think that you will see an individual during the campaign, and if he is elected, who's going to devote all of his energies to doing the very best that he can for this bar. And I think he is a great candidate for that. So with that, I will let the man speak, and you can hear from Jerry.
It's time our first candidate, Jerry Alexander of Dallas.
Thank you, Mary, for that introduction. Good morning. It's an honor and a privilege to speak to the body politic of the State Bar of Texas. There's two important words in that: honor and body politic. I'll start with body politic. You are the keepers of the State Bar and of the profession in Texas. In the past, and I'm not talking about even the recent past, but throughout the bar's history, there have been presidents that have not understood that. The president is a spokesperson, a figurehead, and a person that can perhaps convince the board to enter programs and things that the president wants. But you are the body politic. I will never conflict with the board. There will never be friction between me and the board. I will always ask permission and not forgiveness on anything that we do. Secondly, the honor comes from the fact that I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be a retired school teacher or following a hay baler around a 120-acre cattle farm in Ellis County. Now, you notice I said farm because if it's 120 acres, it ain't a ranch. I mean, I am from Texas, okay? You can laugh, it's okay. So a lady that lived down the street from me named Louise Raggio, who eventually wrote the family code, helped raise me. And she was in night school, law school at SMU. And I asked her what she was doing. She said she was studying to be a lawyer. And I said, what's a lawyer? And she told me, and I said, well, I can't be a lawyer. I said, why not? I said, well, no, I didn't know about my family's ever been anything like that. She said, yes, you can. Well, the honor part comes from whatever happens in the election. And I hope I win, and I'll try to win. This is a great honor. And I'm just stupefied. I feel like the dog that caught the car. So thank you very much for this nomination. Now, in 2016, I started talking to lawyers about what they expected from the State Bar, what they wanted from the State Bar. And two things kept coming up, and I'm going to continue to ask. First thing was insurance. I know it sounds mundane and all that, but the members, the stuff that we're doing for health insurance for our members is very, very important to them. And those are the things they come up and thank us for. So we need to keep doing that. There's lots more insurance policies and types of coverages and companies that we can get involved. We have 110,000 members, and the insurance companies are interested in that. And as long as we keep doing that, that's great. The second thing that keeps coming up are the disciplinary rules. There's been many, many times that a president has come in and said, I'm going to reform the disciplinary rules or look at the disciplinary rules. And these have always failed and fizzled out because They're kind of one-year projects. Something comes up, it never goes away. If I come in, what I will do is I will ask the executive committee to form a task force that lasts at least 3 years to examine all of the disciplinary rules. We saw a lot of the speakers. I hear from family lawyers and criminal lawyers, neither of which are in my practice at all the time. That's what they want to talk about. They say that if they go into a grievance procedure, there's not a family lawyer on the panel, there's not a criminal lawyer on the panel, and I'm not being critical of the state bar people. They do a great job, but they have a difficult disciplinary scheme, statutory scheme to work from. I would like to look at that, make it clearer, and make it clear about what we can do and what we can't do, and do something that makes sense to the lawyers. The first year, we'd listen and read the rules. The second year, we'd try to write something new if it was better. The third year, we'd try to get it passed. I think we could do it, and all the lawyers would appreciate it very much. Finally, aspirationally, the whole country is divided on a lot of things. A lot of the Bar Association is divided on a lot of things. I'd like to bring civility and unity back for all of us. It'd just be so nice just to all be lawyers again. Now, what I figured out and what some smart people have written books about recently is that attitudes create culture. And we can start with an attitude today that we're all in this together. And that's the kind of campaign I'm going to run, that we're all in this together. And I hope that you'll see free to vote for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander, and best of luck to you. And our second candidate is going to be introduced by Director Courageous from Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. There are a few times in one's life where you get to publicly thank someone for something that they did to improve your life, to better your life, and it was nothing to them. And today, I get to thank Steve Benesh. When I was a first-year young lawyer, Steve was the president of the Austin Bar Association. And I went to my very first event. And he spent 15 minutes talking to me, telling me all about the bar, telling me about the legal profession, encouraging me to get involved. Now, there are many of you in this room that I can thank for the many years that I've gotten to participate in the bar. But Steve was one of the first. And I can never, ever repay him for that. So thank you, Steve. I will always appreciate you. Now, the thing about Steve is he'll do that for anyone. There are a few people in this world that will look you in the eye and spend time with you and make you think you're the only person in the world. And that's Steve. And he does it for everyone. He is a mentor to all of the past Austin Bar presidents and the past Austin chairman of the Bar Foundation, which he founded. What Steve does is leave legacies. What Steve does is he mentors. What Steve does is he works. When he founded the Bar Foundation, he wasn't president yet of the Austin Bar. But he saw something that needed to happen. And by the time he was president 2 years later, he had over 800 members lined up, ready to go to support our organization. And because of him and because of his vision, we have contributed over $500,000 to access to justice programming in Austin that has bettered the lives of not only Austinites, but all Texans. And that is fantastic. That is leadership on a local level that transcends the local level and is leadership throughout the state. It's amazing. The great thing about this is that Steve was born into the law. The day he was born, his father was in class at St. Mary's University. Go Rattlers. He has personal and familial ties throughout the state. San Antonio. He grew up near Wichita Falls. He went to law school at the University of Texas. He moved to Houston to join his law firm, Bracewell, I apologize. And then came to Austin again because, darn it, we're lucky. Not only, he didn't just show up, he got involved. He was president of the Austin Bar Association. He's chair of the Austin Bar Foundation, chair of Leadership Austin. When I told our chief community officer at UFCU that Steve was nominated, I've never seen anybody that wasn't a lawyer happier that a lawyer got nominated for something. She was thrilled. That's somebody that doesn't know what we do. I know I'm running out of time. There's so much I can say about the man. You're going to learn about him over the course of the next 6 months, and you're going to love him just as much as we do. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Steve, for jumping in. Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate you very much.
We will hear from our second candidate, Steve Benesh of Austin.
Morning. First of all, I am very thankful to this board. I am very humbled at this opportunity. I am very excited about the road ahead, and I'm very, very grateful for Lydia's cookies. One of the things I think that is on the mind of everyone these days, an issue that's important, a concern that's near and dear to us, is the continued our own continued advocacy for the continuing status of the state bar as a self-governing integrated bar. It's most important, most dear to all of us. But I think if we spend a minute or two and step back, we might wonder, and we should ponder, why that's an issue or concern for us at all. And I think it reveals a deeper question. And that deeper question is, why should attorneys and the public at large question the relevance and the utility of the state bar in its current form at all? Why would that be a question that it should be an important issue for us? And I think there are a variety of reasons, but there are really three I want to touch upon. Number one, I think many people, both attorneys and the public, don't clearly understand all the good works of the bar. They don't understand everything the state bar does. They don't understand what we don't do. They don't understand what we cannot do. There's only a vague sense, I think, in the minds of many attorneys and certainly many members of the public about all the activities and all the services that the state bar provides on a regular basis. I think number two, many people, many attorneys aren't aware of the ways in which the bar can improve the quality of their personal and professional lives, the ways that the State Bar of Texas can help them be a better person, be a better lawyer. For many lawyers, their fundamental understanding of the bar is that it offers CLE and that it disciplines lawyers who are off the rails in connection with their practices. And I think a third reason why people question the relevance and utility of the state bar is that they don't understand how there's an avenue or where there is an avenue for them to have a voice, for them to voice an opinion, and for them to roll up their sleeves and help. And I would say for some, they question based on their socio-demographic status, their physical location, their practice, their law firm size, whether their opinion is sought after or valued at all. And those are all misunderstandings. Those are all misperceptions about what the state bar does, about how we help people, and that we do in fact openly welcome participation and input. There are so many things that the state bar does well that we don't receive the credit we're due for what we do. The grievance system, could it be improved? Could it be tweaked? Yes, we need to be vigilant. Yes, we need to constantly examine and adjust as necessary. But the state bar grievance committee system, the grievance committee system isn't broken. Is it perfect? No, few things are, but not broken. And people need to know that the grievance system works and it works well. Our assistance programs are incredible. TLAP and the attorney-client assistance program work very well and are life-changing. And we need to make sure people understand that and how effective it is. As I've talked to people over the last few weeks, a couple of things have come to mind. We need to make sure to assure those who receive assistance from TLAP, for example, that their information is absolutely confidential, that it is in no way mingled with the other demographic and informational items that are collected for practicing attorneys in our state, and that no one else can reach it. Wow, 1 minute, I'm gonna move along. We need to, and finally, we do a great job in connection with the fiscal responsibility. The state bar is a good steward and efficient and effective in the way it applies the funds entrusted to it by lawyers. So what do? I could spend a lot of time, but no, I'm not going to. Chad's not going to give me that option. 3 things I want to touch upon that I think we should look at, and I will look at if I'm elected state bar president-elect. Number 1, I think the time has come to examine whether there should be an office or a position for attorney ombudsman with the state bar. The Supreme Court appointed one in connection with the disciplinary system. Having a person, an ombudsman, who is dedicated to the free flow of information back and forth between the state bar and practicing lawyers. Number 2, I think we need to develop, maintain, and keep current an FAQ that is widely available, common questions and answers to them. Why isn't there one that's accessible on the state bar's main page? There should be a way for attorneys to get answers they need to common questions and quickly. And so I would suggest that. And third, I think we need to launch an initiative that examines ways to more effectively solicit and encourage the input of diverse socio-demographic groups and diverse practices, diverse walks of life and locations, and let them know that their input is welcome and that their input is important. The tagline, as I close, the tagline or slogan for my campaign that will appear on the literature beginning today is "One bar, many voices." And I think it's important for us to stress that wherever you practice, whatever you do, whoever you are, as a practicing attorney in this state, we want your opinion. We want your participation. I look forward to our continued friendship and fellowship. Thank you all.
We wish you the best of luck. Thank you to both of our candidates for being willing to take this on. As everybody from here over knows, it's a lot of work and a lot of time away from family and practice. We're incredibly grateful to both of you, and the entire board is incredibly proud to have you representing us out there among the lawyers of Texas. Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to agenda item 14. Ross, do you have that? We're also going to take agenda item 23 out of order in connection with agenda item 14. There is no general report from Todd Smith for the Administration Committee, but we are going to receive a report and an action item from the Facilities and Equipment Subcommittee. And we are also going to do the closed session portion of the meeting during this agenda item so as not to go back and forth into open and closed session twice. So we'll take all of that under this agenda item. So I'm also giving fair warning to Mr. Leatherberry in the back that he'll be called on fairly shortly. With that, Director Pack Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So the lease for the San Antonio CDC office expires at the end of April of 2023. The office is located at the Travis Park Plaza in downtown San Antonio. The lease was a 10-year lease that began in 2012. Do not do the math, and had some pre-termination notice provisions. Yeah, you're getting it now, right? 12, 10. The Facilities and Equipment Subcommittee has been working to evaluate the lease options for the CDC in San Antonio, along certainly with our state bar staff and the CDC staff who's been actively involved, particularly whether remaining in the current space or finding different space would provide the best value to the state bar. We engaged a real estate broker firm, CBRE, to help us with our analysis of the San Antonio real estate market. Our brokers gathered information for multiple properties in San Antonio to help us get a sense of what was available and the cost for those alternatives. Staff took a tour of 5 properties in July, and the subcommittee was invited to go on those tours. It just happened very quickly, and so the subcommittee members didn't attend the tours, but the staff did, to see if any of them met our space requirements. Our brokers also began negotiating with our current landlord to determine what rates they would offer if we chose to renew our current lease or enter into a new lease with them. We do have offers from several properties, and we would like to discuss the specific of those offers with the board. But I'm going to now turn it back to Mr. Chair so that we can move to closed session.
It is now 11:05 a.m. and the State Bar of Texas Board of Directors will now recess the open meeting and reconvene in closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.072 to deliberate regarding the San Antonio CDC Regional Office Space Lease as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 55.071 for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel regarding the Bennett versus State Bar of Texas litigation, and as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 55.074 to deliberate regarding personnel matters. With the exception of board liaisons and section representatives, all other individuals, including non-essential staff and other guests, need to excuse themselves from the closed session. We will notify the public when we are 5 minutes out from returning to open session. It is now 11:32 a.m. and the open session of the Board of Directors meeting will now reconvene. During the closed session, only matters relating to consultations with legal counsel concerning the Bennett versus State Bar of Texas litigation and deliberations concerning the CDC office lease in San Antonio were discussed. No action was taken in closed session. Chair will now recognize Director Pac Wilson, who has, I believe, a motion.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Facilities and Equipment Subcommittee, I move that the board authorize the executive director to negotiate and approve a San Antonio CDC Regional Council office space lease as discussed in closed session and recommended by the subcommittee. That's my motion.
Thank you. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we are going to take agenda item 21A out of order. That is going to be the report from our Supreme Court liaison. Justice Lehrman is unable to be with us today, so we have Justice Evan Young here to present that report. If I had an act, I would do it, but I don't. He'll be here momentarily. You have, sir, once again, a rousing introduction for Justice Evan Young for the Supreme Court update.
Thank you very much. I'm, of course, not who you would expect to see. Your normal speaker is much more elegant and beautiful, wise. We can go on, but she, Justice Lehrman, is presiding over the Texas Children's Commission today. Very important work that she's uniquely qualified to do. And I was here in McAllen. I got in this morning. I had long planned to be here anyway. Just amazingly, you'd think that I'm chasing you all. I've seen you now in El Paso, in Houston, McAllen, and there's only a couple more corners of the state left for me to be with you all, but it's a great pleasure to be with you. And it's a great pleasure to be able to stand in for Justice Lehrman and give you some thoughts about what's happening, updates. I doubt that many of you need an update exactly, so I might leaven it with a few comments here or there. First, as you know, we've cleared our docket. Justice Lehrman wanted me to start with that. She's very proud of it because she came of age in an era in which that was not the case. And she's told me many times about how when she joined the court, she walked into a docket of some 50 cases or so that had been pending for a year or longer, which is not very fun. It's not good for the bar. It's not good for clients. It's not good for the law. It's not good for the court. And so we now for 8 years have cleared our docket at the end of each June. And we have now begun cranking again for this coming term. We had oral arguments this past week. We had conference this week. Conferences, I don't know how many of you have been in them as staff attorneys or law clerks or whatever else there. First one I went to, it felt at the end of it as though someone basically had taken a blowtorch and burned off my eyebrows. They are long, arduous, exhausting, but exhilarating because each of the justices is spending extraordinary amount of energy preparing to talk about every single case that's on the agenda. I wish that the people of Texas could be there to see what happens in conferences because they would, I think, feel that they're being well served by their Supreme Court. And I had always half thought that probably the justices, after oral argument, slowly walk off the bench. You've probably seen that in the videos or in person. And then they throw off those robes and head straight for the golf course. That is not what happens. It's a lot of work that goes into that. And so having an oral argument week and then a conference week is challenging. And then on Tuesday, we start up again with another week of oral arguments. I mean, that's a pretty, it's a burst to the beginning of the term, but we will be done by the end of June as long as Chief Justice Hecht has breath in his lungs, which we all should pray that will happen for many more years. And so Justice Lehrman wanted me to confirm that that's the plan. COVID emergency orders. We're now on emergency order. Anybody know? Emergency order number 55. Yeah, we keep cranking them out. Yeah, so this one is good until November 1st, unless extended again. When the pandemic first began, I was, not even a glimmer of a thought of being on the court at that point. It's been so long ago. The EO, the emergency order, gave maximum flexibility to judges to maximize their docket and prevent the spread of COVID. And the next stage of these many emergency orders was to move in the direction of giving guidance primarily through the Office of Court Administration and the regional presiding judges, urging caution. The third stage was to shift more towards local control for local conditions. We are now in the fourth stage, and in this most recent emergency order from August last month, is it last month? Yes, we're still this is the last day of September. So last month, we made a few changes, two of which I'll mention. First is to direct that the debate about whether or not we would have compelled jury trials by Zoom, that be removed from discussion. There is not going to be any remote trial without consent in the district courts, county courts at law. And that hopefully will allow us to better discuss the remaining issues without that big elephant in the room. And the second thing is that we made it clear that judges need to be in the courthouse, and there are very few exceptions to that. They can still do as proper, as consistent with the emergency order remote proceedings, but they need to be in the courthouse doing that. We hope that that will help facilitate the idea that these emergency orders are shrinking. And if you look at the 55th one, it's quite a lot smaller, and that text which remains is largely describing what the limitations are, not what the new authority is. There's a broader rule coming. The Supreme Court Advisory Committee has been thinking in excruciating detail about how to perhaps develop ideas for the use of remote proceedings and some of the tools that have been developed over the course of the pandemic. Once the pandemic's final wisps of smoke have evaporated, the court is working on that. You'll see something as really the first stage of a multi-year conversation I anticipate coming out soon. The eviction diversion program also remains in effect until November 1st at least. Texas has been more successful than any other state in being able to use the funds that have been set aside to assist people who would otherwise be evicted from their homes. And so Texas received earlier this year another tranche of $90 million for emergency rental assistance funds. We're expecting more this fall, which is good news for all involved. Backlogs in the courts of appeals are basically caught up, have done a really good job. Trial courts, mixed bag. The top 20 counties with backlogs benefited this past week from the National Center for State Courts coming in and doing some training for those counties to try to help them really catch up. I mentioned the remote proceedings, but it would be wrong of me not to specifically mention Chief Justice Christopher and Judge Miskell, who have led since the first year of the pandemic an exhaustive task force to identify exactly how our rules and statutes would be affected by the use of this kind of authority once an emergency is over. And that has played a substantial role in the court's consideration of new rules that might endure past the end of when the governor ends the declaration of disaster. Local rules. There have been a few changes of that recently. We just finalized changes to Rule 3A, which previously had required that all local rules be approved by the Supreme Court before they could take effect. That rule was honored in the breach by and large. And rather than insisting on enforcing it, well, I don't know that it'd be fair to say that we waved the white flag exactly, but we did say that local rules can be put into effect without pre-clearance by the Supreme Court. They have to be put on an Office of Court Administration website before they can be effective, however. And that will ameliorate a lot of the concerns that previously had existed, where you'd show up in court and pasted on the back of the door would be some local rules that you didn't know about and couldn't find because they weren't anywhere electronically. And suddenly your plans for the afternoon might change. That should change because now everyone in the state, everyone in the world really will be able to see every local rule. And if they can't see it, it's not an effective local rule. We also have just issued an order further amending Rule of Judicial Administration 10 to relate to the use of local rules and local forms to make clear that judges cannot compel parties to use local forms if instead parties are using something that has been approved by the court or by the entities that report to the court, a court-sponsored organization like the Commission on Mental Health or the Children's Commission or the Access to Justice Commission or whatever else it might be. So we're trying to make these things a little more flexible, but at the same time eliminate risks that people will be harmed by not complying with sometimes very persnickety local preferences. We have statewide uniformity for a reason, and so we're trying our best to maintain the ability of judges and courts to develop their own standards and requirements to suit their needs without prejudicing people who are not from that area or able easily to comply with it. Will forms, the court has approved 4 sets of will forms earlier this past month. They were created in response to legislative direction, as were cyberbullying forms that were just released, also in response to legislation. We're accepting public comment on both of those until December 1st. So read up and send us a letter. We'd love to hear from you on that or anything else that you would like to tell us about. We're all ears. Well, that's, yeah, hey, I'm ready. Bring it, bring it. One rule change that I would emphasize to you, hopefully this has gotten a lot of attention, but it matters a lot to me, and that is in July, we changed several rules of appellate procedure to require greater disclosure of counsel and law firms that have ever appeared in the history of a case's litigation. And I remember as a practicing lawyer, it wasn't all that long ago. In some senses, it feels like it was about 2 weeks ago. And in some senses, it feels like it was about 20 years ago that I was doing that. Time has gotten very warped this past year to me. But I recall that section of the brief in which you have the identity of parties and counsel. And I never took it all that seriously. I would make sure that it was there. I'd ask maybe the paralegal or an associate to slap in whatever was last used in the last filing, maybe by the other side. And that seemed like it was good enough. Never gave a whole lot of thought to it. And then I had an experience where the first sitting of the court, when I was a judge, I sat through an oral argument. I read through all of the briefs. I even asked a question or two. And about a month and a half later, in a record that was the equivalent of many dozens of boxes, someone said, it looks, nobody flagged this, but it looks as though someone for your firm appeared, about 12 firms appeared. He looked like he was in this case for about a month and a half back in 2014 when you were a partner at that firm. Yes, that's true, which meant that I was constitutionally disqualified from sitting in the case because I probably made about 1/8 of a cent from that. And that's enough to make it so that as a matter of the Texas Constitution, I should not participate in the decision of that case. So luckily that was discovered before it was too late. We hadn't decided the case. My vote certainly wasn't necessary for it. I was not the assigned author, anything like that. But it was almost just by accident that was discovered. And so I'm a big fan of these rules. These are serious things in order to make sure that we know who's involved in litigation so that judges can measure whether they should recuse or disqualify and lots of other reasons too. It helps new counsel coming in even to see this list of things. And so it's now a requirement that firms, the lawyers who are participating in appeals from the very beginning, maintain an accurate list of all who have appeared. As tedious as that sounds, I'm hoping that once the rule becomes something that is de rigueur, it will be easy. It won't be hard. We'll be able to maintain that and just add to it. We never need to subtract from it. And that will eliminate a lot of those problems. We've adopted 2 new specialty areas for lawyers: aviation law and insurance law and standards for certification. And that is all that I really wanted to update you all about. I don't know whether Justice Lehrman does a whole lot more than that or not, but okay. Well, if there's some burning question anybody has, I will answer it. Otherwise, I'll go finish my cup of coffee and get on with things and leave you to get on with yours. Seeing no hands, off I go. Good to see you.
Thank you, Justice Young. I gave a CLE a few months ago in Galveston about the Supreme Court, and Justice Young came up afterward and gave me a grade. And I'm sort of tempted to return the favor, only his first name is Justice, so I probably will pass on it. But it was a good grade, correct. No, it was a good grade. Thank you very much, and please convey to your fellow members of the court how grateful we are for your leadership during a very strange and trying 3 years. Okay, here's what we're going to do, folks. Our lunch is ready outside. So what we're going to do, we're going to take as brief a break as we can. I'm hoping just maybe 15 or 20 minutes for you to get your lunch, bring it back into this room. We're going to eat and work through lunch. So as soon as we can get everybody with a lunch back in their seats, we're going to reconvene and try and get finished. And we are going to start, just so a couple of directors know, we're going to take agenda item 19, which is the section reps report, out of order as soon as we come back. And with that, if there is no objection from any director in the room, we will stand in recess until reconvened by the chair. The room come to order, please. We're going to reconvene the meeting at 12:07. We are on the open, to conclude the open session portion of agenda item number 23, the council report. Any comment from directors on the open session portion? Director Fisher. You may complete the chewing of the bite in your mouth, Director Fisher.
Can I do
before
both
you
at
begin.
once, save time? Okay, I have some policy issues about that concern the Bennett case and mainly future cases. There should be some mechanism, whether it's bar rules, maybe we'd have to go to the legislature to diffuse some of these suits and to require some sort of negotiation, just sort of like when you're doing a motion to compel, you have to put a certificate that you tried to resolve it. Because what happened in this suit was they were thinking about doing it, they were planning to do it. I talked them out of it for a while. Then they said you were in Washington, and they watched something at a bar meeting with one of the former directors. I guess they were insulted that they were insulting me, and they went and done it. And what we don't want are people to be able to sue the suit because to sue the bar because on some day, you know, they're feeling bad or they're angry. So we want a process, and maybe it could be part of the legislative policy committee if you'd send it to that. Just something that requires, and other agencies do it, although I can't think off the top of my head how and which, that requires some sort of negotiation or presenting of grievance to the bar, to your director or something, that it will both delay and maybe ameliorate whatever the problem is.
Thank you for your comment, Director Fisher. Any further comment on the open session portion of agenda item 23? Seeing none, we're going to move on and take agenda item 19 out of order. That is the section representatives to the board committee. That general report will be presented by Director Cardenas from El Paso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, buenas tardes. After a meeting with Chair Baruch, Michael Smith, who's actually the chair of the section representatives to the board committee, and unfortunately he couldn't be here today, so you're stuck with me. We met with Chair Baruch, and he gave us the blessing and support and encouragement with the idea of at these board meetings to give you more insight into the sections and the work that they do and how they work in partnership with the state bar and furthering the state bar's mission. So we're going to talk a little bit, give some background at first, and then we're going to highlight some of these sections and some of the work that they do. First, I wanted to provide you with a general information about the state bar sections and give you some numbers that I hope will provide you with some perspective about our sections, how they operate, what they do, and how we as a state bar support the sections in their work. The sections are comprised of specific practice areas and areas of interest. And as we know, everything is bigger in Texas, and the State Bar of Texas has a total of 48 sections. And that's almost twice the amount of sections that any other comparable bar has. For instance, California has 17, Florida has 23 sections, New York 28, and the closest state bar to Texas is Illinois with 44 sections in their state bar system. Our sections are extremely active and successful. And this is not true of all state bars. And in keeping with the theme that we've heard already this morning, the reason we know that is because many of the other state bar sections call upon us for guidance and advice on how we do things here in Texas. The education and program that the sections provide to their members have greatly improved over the last 15 years, along with a great deal of benefits to Texas lawyers and services that benefit and protect the public. So let's look at some of these numbers. There are approximately 110,000 active Texas attorneys. And of those, almost 45,000 of Texas attorneys are members of at least one section. And that's about 40% of all the lawyers in Texas are members of a section. And when you count up all the member sections that they have, it's 84,000 total section memberships. The smallest section that we have is the Native American Law section, and they have about 300 members, with the largest section being the Real Estate, Probate, and Trust Law section, affectionately known as REPTL, has 8,500 members. Each section is governed by a council, a governing body that approximately, depending on the section, have 20 to 30 council members. And when you total that up and multiply it by the number of sections, that's over 600 volunteers, lawyers that contribute their time and energy to each of the section successes. And the state bar helps the sections and provides support through the sections department, which is staffed by 4 staff members, led by the director of the sections department, Tracy Knuckles. And what the state bar does to help the sections, among many things, is to collect their section dues. They partner with sections in education and other projects. They provide accounting and audits and have a dedicated 2 people staff to do the accounting for the sections. And the section department serves as a bridge for other resources from the state bar, such as the mailing of publications and printing and things of that nature. So you can imagine all the work that the staff of 4 has to do to manage 608 personality lawyers, 48 sections, and everything from booking a hotel room for somebody that forgot to do so at a meeting, to help with their budgets, develop the section's policies, plan and organize meetings, and the travel and all that goes into that, and the training of the section's executives, primarily through the Council of Chairs. The section's dues range anywhere, depending on the section, from $15 to $45, and thus their activities, each section's activities, are totally funded. So how does sections help fulfill the state mission? The sections provide education and help generate revenue by co-sponsoring CLEs with Texas Bar CLE. They also partner with Texas Bar Books on publications, practice manuals, and PJCs. Sections also work with Legal Access Department to help access to justice, to support access to justice. And finally, sections provide CLE publications, legislative updates, membership programs, diversity programs, pro bono programs, leadership opportunities, and benefits to their members. So that's a general overview of what I wanted to talk to you about the sections today. But today, at today's meeting, we want to spotlight what some of these sections do by way of pro bono. And we're going to highlight 5 sections this afternoon and tell you a little bit about what they do in this area. And we'll start with the family law section and the family law essentials seminars. In 1995, David McClure was the chair of the family law section, and James B. Sales was the president of the state bar. President Sales challenged the sections to do more toward pro bono efforts, and thus the pro bono committee of the family law section was born. This committee develops the family law essential seminars, and these seminars are held in 6 different rural areas across the state every year. The speakers volunteer and present papers that were written by the advanced family law or marriage dissolution presentations. Each attendee of these CLEs, it's free for them. And in return, though, the attendee must take on 2 pro bono cases through their local legal service providers. And the family section further incentivizes the attendees that if they take on 4 pro bono cases, they will receive the very valuable family law practice manual. These speakers that do the CLEs for the section, family law section, their travel and time is voluntary, 100%, and they pay for their own costs. Since 2002, when records were started to be kept, the Family Law Essentials Seminar has provided more than 9,700 indigent Texans with legal representations on family law cases. If you use an average of 10 hours per case and a very conservative billing rate of $250 an hour, that is almost $25 million in billable hours donated since this program began. These volunteers and the family law section provide this service out of a deep commitment that underserved litigants should be paired with an attorney. The next section we want to talk about a little is the Hispanic issues section. And I think past President Burunda first touched on this. It's the Loteria event. This is a Hispanic issues section has brought this program. They started it 3 years ago as a live event, and now it's been transitioned into a virtual fundraiser. Each year in Dia de los Muertos, the Hispanic Issues section and the Texas Access to Justice Foundation host a virtual fundraiser based on the popular Loteria game of chance that I remember playing when I was a kid. It's the Mexican version of bingo, and we used to put little pinto beans on the cards and once we covered the card, that person won. The Loteria playing cards are custom designed by artist Patrick Gabaldon and recognize notable Hispanic lawyers and figures throughout Texas history. And as a personal note, not on this screen, but one of the cards is that of my late uncle, because he was the first Mexican-American mayor of a large urban United States city when he was elected mayor of El Paso back in 1960. And then became to be appointed as the United States ambassador to Costa Rica by President Kennedy. This will be the 4th year of the fundraiser. Last year, the event raised more than $50,000 benefiting civil legal aid in Texas. And this year's event, as Sylvia mentioned, is November 1st. So it's not too late to register if you want to play or to be a sponsor. You can go to the Hispanic Issues section or the Texas Access to Justice Foundation websites to do that. The appellate section. The appellate pro bono section appeals program matches parties seeking appellate assistance with volunteer attorneys throughout Texas. It's a very innovative program. The section works with the 9 Court of Appeals and as well as the Supreme Court. The courts refer cases to the sections. And then the section vets the cases. They screen them to make sure that the appeal is not frivolous, that the person seeking assistance is not a vexatious litigant, and that the party does meet the financial need for pro bono assistance. Then the section in turn emails the case to more than 300 volunteer lawyers within the appellate section program. And when a case is matched, the court is notified and the appeal proceeds. To give you an idea of the breadth of this program and looking at the statistics for the Fort Worth Court of Appeals, the second court, that section has screened 261 cases, approved 80 of those to be circulated, and 35 of the 80 were accepted by counsel for appeal. And it also gives young lawyers the opportunity to take on a new or exciting case and to gain appellate experience. The litigation section. Michael Smith and I are both past chairs of the litigation section, so we can personally attest, and as we witnessed and participated in the section's sincere commitment to increasing access to the civil justice system. The litigation section approaches their pro bono activities through 3 programs. The section provides 4 annual scholarships for legal aid attorneys for travel and tuition costs to the litigation update course that's put on by the section every year. The section funds projects for services, publications, and new projects that improve and or increase access to the civil justice system. And finally, the section awards 7 paid internships to legal aid providers for 3rd-year law student interns from accredited Texas law schools. They work for 10 weeks during the summer and get a stipend from the litigation section. So the section has a history of substantial financial and hourly commitment to pro bono projects and at times goes beyond. There was a special grant of funds to the local service provider during Hurricane Harvey in Houston, as well as to attorneys who suffered damages in their law offices. And the section also contributed when past President Ellen Dubois passed away, donation to the Sharon Crowley Trust in his name and honor and memory. There are a number of other sections that do law student internships as well. The next section we talk about is tax. The Tax Court Pro Bono Program was created by Elizabeth Copeland, who once was a section representative to this board and was appointed 2 years ago to become a federal tax judge in Washington, D.C. It has been recognized as a model program throughout the country for addressing the problem of pro se litigants in federal tax court. The tax section finds volunteers to meet with pro se litigants for addressing the problem that they have in being in federal court without an attorney. The tax section finds volunteers to meet with pro se litigants at approximately 20 to 25 trial sessions, serving multiple litigants. And the section also staffs approximately 10 to 20 virtual settlement days with IRS counsel and sometimes acts as a mediator. Another program of the tax section is I think it's VITA or VITA, I'm not sure, adopt-a-based training. It stands for Volunteer Income Tax Assistance, which provides instructions to volunteers who also help prepare tax returns. And the section provides these trainings at military bases throughout Texas via its Adopt-a-Base program. And finally, we have the bankruptcy section. They have Bankruptcy Pro Bono Project, also known as BP2, which pairs volunteer section attorneys with law students to take referrals from legal aid organizations focused on low-income Texans which need access to the civil justice system. A section volunteer and a law student work with potential clients to determine whether a Chapter 7 bankruptcy would be appropriate. If so, together, they represent that client in all of the primary aspects of preparing, filing, and seeing the Chapter 7 case through to discharge, with the student doing much of the legwork. The project is an excellent opportunity for a section member to both provide pro bono legal services and mentor law students. This program has been in existence since 2015. And by partnering with Volunteer Legal Services of Central Texas, Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid, and the University of Texas, and has expanded to include 5 law schools and other legal aid providers with the hope of adding more law schools in the future. So as you can see, there are good lawyers doing good things in Texas. And if pro bono means doing something or giving something to someone that cannot pay you back, then these programs serve as an example of what Texas lawyers do. I want to conclude now by reiterating that all of these are just samples. There are very excellent programs. There are other sections. I think there's 15 other sections that provide some form of pro bono events or programs that they host and organize. But we just don't have time to cover them all. In the future meetings of the board, we, Michael Smith and myself, intend to continue to emphasize other areas of excellence to show off some of the good work and outstanding work that the sections do in other areas. If anyone has any questions, I'd be glad to answer them afterwards, or Michael, or if anyone has an interest in knowing about a certain section or program, we're gonna be presenting this in the future as well. So thank you all, and Mr. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you. Any comments from directors? Our executive director and his staff have reminded all of us and charged all of us with to get out there and remind not just our fellow lawyers, but members of the public of the positive work, the good the bar does for the citizens of Texas. What we're trying to do is arm you with ammunition in that effort. So when you are talking to people about the bar and they ask you what the bar does, you can explain to them these phenomenal programs the sections have to provide access to justice and to expand the pro bono network throughout our state. Now for something new and different, we're going to take an agenda item in order. Agenda item 15, the Audit and Finance Committee. Would Director Calvillo come forward to provide us with that report?
Good afternoon. And on behalf of the Rio Grande Valley, the Magic Valley, I welcome you to God's country. So we spent this last little section talking about the good work that lawyers are doing. And part of what we do on the board and part of what we've charged the executive staff with doing is being good stewards of the money that's been entrusted to us. And it's my pleasure to review those with you. At the end, we're going to have some action items for you to consider. But first of all, let's follow the numbers. Do I have a clicker? Do I use that or Lowell? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's start off with the revenues. These are with any nonprofit entity, such as the state bar, you focus on its fund balance, and the fund balance here has an increase from one year to the next. So that's good. That's a very, very good thing. The fund balance increased $4.2 million. If you dig into the numbers, you'll see that our revenues were about $44.5 million in the last fiscal year. Expenditures obviously were less than that, so it's a good thing. You don't want to spend more than you have. We're not quite to pre-pandemic levels, but we're getting there, and we can see that we're headed in that direction. This chart, again, you know how I like to say that the numbers tell stories if you pay attention. This story examines all those revenues, at $44.5 million of revenues. What is it composed of? And as you can see from that first chart there, that first bar graph, that represents the membership dues. And so it's a common fallacy that we members of the profession think that our dues pay for the state bar activities and everything that the bar offers members. But really, membership dues only represent 48.2%. Less than half of the budget comes from dues. A big chunk of it comes from that second bar graph there that you'll see, the Texas Bar CLE. Now, as I've mentioned in the past, some of you may grow tired of hearing this, but it's because of the good work of many lawyers volunteering to provide their expertise in their particular practice area, that the bar is able to generate revenues to be able to fund the activities. So Texas Bar CLE, that's the work of folks like you that speak at seminars, and the bar is able to translate that into service and benefits for our members. So what are the expenditures made of? Oops, didn't quite get there. The expenditures, now remember that we're spending less than we're bringing in, but what we do spend, a good chunk of it is spent towards public protection. Public protection is means the disciplinary system that protects the public, and that's the big chunk, as it should be, of what the expenditures are directed towards. If you look at that last bar graph down at the end, that big spike, somebody should ask about that. What is that about? And I asked Tracy about that. What's that big spike right there? And of course, she had a very good answer. In that year, in that fiscal year, we had a big purchase on Lavaca Street. Some of you may remember that that's the building, right? That's the 1415 Lavaca building, and that's what that is. But it's good. We always need to keep an eye on these outliers, and that's what that represents. But this gives you a good idea of how the money is spent for the bar. Bar's activities. Let's see. Ready to go. Okay. This is an overview of the fiscal year, the last fiscal year that ended, I believe it's May 31st. This shows you the general fund in particular. the bar is composed of a variety of different funds, which are for accounting purposes, allow them to kind of focus. Each one has its own focus. And here you can see that revenues exceeded expenditures. That's a very good thing. Now, we have a very robust budgeting process that allows us to kind of make sure that we're headed in the right direction. And our budget is always a zero budget. We don't want a budget to be in the red. And of course, when you compare actual to budget, we had a very positive variance. Now, what is that composed of? That's composed of our expenditures being less than what we expected. We budgeted expenditures to be at the same level that they were at the pandemic, but they're less. Why? We know why, because we weren't traveling as much, and many folks were not attending CLEs in person. They were taking advantage of the virtual option. Very efficient use of our time, and of course, the State Bar reflects that in these expenditures. General fund for the first 2 months of this fiscal year, we're headed in the right direction. Revenues are exceeding expenditures, and so that's a very good thing for the first 2 months. Same thing for the first 2 months, the general fund. We have a favorable variance, which is good. You compare actual to budget, things are going good so far for the first 2 months of the year. As I mentioned before, the State Bar follows good business practices and has an internal audit function and an external audit function. The external audit, that's the financial audit that many of us hear about, where we get an external accounting firm to come in and evaluate the records and the financial statements and make sure that they're prepared in accordance with standards. And that process is ongoing. They've completed the field work, the Weaver firm, and in January we'll get the results of their audit to make sure that the financial statements are fairly accurate, or at least fairly reported. The other aspect of that audit function is the internal audit. Whereas the external audit focuses on the financial statements, the internal audit focuses on the operations and to make sure that all good accounting controls are adhered to and we're following the best practices to be good stewards of the money that's entrusted to us. That's the McConnell Jones firms that we just engaged. And they're going to present to us a plan in January where they're going to come up with a 5-year plan that's going to evaluate, okay, this is the way we think you can have coverage of our analysis of the various operations of the bar. So that's a good thing. We've got an internal audit and an external audit following best practices. Now let me turn it over to Nathan Smith that'll share with us how we're being good stewards of the money that the State Bar has in investments.
Thank you, Dave. Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Smith. I'm with PFM Asset Management. We're the bar's investment advisor and investment manager. And I believe you've got in your packets copies of the August and perhaps the May 2022 quarterly investment reports. The State Bar's general portfolio is currently invested in U.S. Treasuries, federal agency securities, commercial paper, FDIC insured certificates of deposit, and AAA rated money market mutual funds. As a prudent investor, your portfolio is well diversified in order to help mitigate against credit risk, interest rate risk, in an ever-changing interest rate environment, and take advantage of attractive yields when they're available. Overall, the portfolio, $52.1 million, is highly liquid and maintains a high credit quality and is in compliance with the bar's investment policy and the Public Funds Investment Act. Most importantly, we're in compliance. For the period ending August 31st, the portfolio generated a quarterly return of a negative 0.27%, underperforming the benchmark 6-month Merrill Lynch Treasury Index return of 0.17%. The yield at market and yield on cost were 3.35% and 2.08% respectively. PFM Asset Management representatives, portfolio managers remaining in regular contact with your finance department and Tracy as we seek to maintain the safety of principle
and liquidity as required by the Public Funds Investment Act. Now, naturally, we all know that interest rates are in flux, moving week to week, day to day, in fact. So we'll just take a quick look at the economy and kind of where we're at and perhaps where we can expect interest rates to go in the months ahead. The economy's been experiencing a tight labor market. Unemployment rate at the end of August was 3.7%. And that's making employers scramble, finding it difficult to find employees to fill their open positions. Nevertheless, despite the tight labor market, GDP, we actually found out yesterday, GDP contracted in the first half of the year, while inflation has soared. I believe the last CPI reading was 8.3%. We're at the highest levels of inflation that we've seen in 40 years. And with that, subsequently, we've also seen the highest move from the Federal Reserve in terms of their overnight Fed funds rate in also 40 years. Going back to March, the Fed funds rate trades in a range. In March, the lower band of that range was 0%. Since then, they've increased the rate 300 basis points or 3%. Looking ahead, they just did, in fact, last week, another 75 basis points. So looking ahead, economists are predicting by the end of this year, we'll see another 100 to 125 basis point increase. So that's a 75 and a 50 basis point move potentially in November and December. The positive side of that is as securities mature or as cash becomes available in your portfolio to invest a little bit further out on the curve, they're going to be invested at higher yields. Higher yields translate to higher interest income, and that's certainly a positive. The flip side of that is as rates go up, market values decrease, and you may see unrealized losses in your portfolio. The bar's portfolio is typically a buy and hold, a passive strategy where maturities are matched to known liabilities or expected cash flows. So the change in rates are less effective, or the change in market values mean less to your portfolio because those losses are unrealized. 2023 and even into 2024, expect the Fed to continue to raise rates until they fulfill stable prices. That pretty much concludes the quarterly investment report review. If anyone has any questions, I'll make an attempt to answer those. Hopefully you're all full from lunch. Any comments or questions from directors? Director Kroger.
Yes, Nathan, thank you for that report. Could you elaborate a little bit more on, I know about the steepening interest rates on bonds, how short-term treasuries have really gone up higher than the longer-term treasuries. The maturity schedule that we have on our bonds is pretty short. It's 3 to 4 years, which is good. I just wanted to clarify, do we hold those bonds to maturity? And second, do you see it reinvesting that into a different, depending on what happens, but a different schedule of maturities? Do you see, for example, us potentially having longer-term bonds? And then the third part of that is the flip side of all this is our yield on our bonds is going to go up, which means more income. We've never really been making much income on our bonds, but now we might really make some income. What do you put on your crystal ball a little bit? Is there a silver lining in all this and some good news?
You're limited to what you can invest in from the Public Funds Investment Act. There is a possibility of going out a little bit further. If there's cash that's not immediately needed, then it might be prudent to go out a little bit further. The portfolio managers recently have seen advantages to going out further. In fact, your portfolio, going off of memory here, but I believe that the duration has been extended to about 1 year.
So imagine like a blended weighted average maturity is at 1 year, previously this year, before rates started really taking off, it was probably about 9 months. So there has been an opportunity to extend the portfolio, take advantage of those higher rates. I mean, the 2-year this morning was at 4.18, the 2-year treasury. And so those are levels we haven't seen in 15, higher than what we saw 15 years ago prior to the financial crisis. So yes, there's an opportunity to go further. Third part of your question, yes, that is the silver lining, that the interest rate, interest income off of those securities will be higher going forward and extending the portfolio a little bit.
Other comments or questions from directors? Yeah. Thank you. Who's going to discuss?
I'll just wrap up.
Okay.
So lastly, annually, the Public Funds Investment Act requires that you approve the investment policy and a broker-dealer list. The broker-dealer list is maintained by PFM Asset Management, my firm, and it's where we execute trades through. And so I wanted to just briefly mention some of the ways that we vet these companies to do business with. We've established policies and procedures to evaluate the firm's credit worthiness, as well as a fixed income credit committee that reviews important factors such as their market presence, capitalization of the company's history, profitability and management, product availability and trade execution. Can we find the securities that we need to place into our clients' portfolios, and can they execute? Can they deliver those securities? Registration, properly registered with the SEC, and then special circumstances such as qualified minority and women-owned businesses and veteran-owned businesses. I'll turn it over to David.
Thank you, Nathan. I know it must have been courageous to stand in front of a group of lawyers after lunch and tell them that they had a negative return on their investment portfolio. So thank you for doing that. I think the key word there is unrealized losses. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So be gentle, especially as I ask this motion on behalf of the Audit and Finance, that you approve the State Bar quarterly investment reports. Not that you approve the yield necessarily, but that you approve the report. On behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, we so move.
Have a motion from the Audit and Finance Committee coming from a committee. No second is needed. Any discussion from directors? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
So similarly, on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, we ask that you approve you adopt the current dealer broker list for investments which are included in your board packet.
Again, motion by Director Cavillo on behalf of Audit and Finance Committee coming from a committee. No second is needed. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries.
The Public Funds Investment Act requires that the board adopt the State Bar's investment policy on an annual basis. A copy of that policy is in your materials. The investment policy contains no revisions from last year's, and so on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, we ask that, or we move to approve the adoption of the State Bar of Texas investment policy.
Motion from Director Cavillo on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all directors in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries.
So before I conclude my presentation, I just want to give thanks to the members of the Audit and Finance Committee. If you look at the composition of the Audit and Finance Committee, they're eminently qualified to be there, and they ask penetrating questions of the staff each time. So thank you guys for serving on the Audit and Finance Committee. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Cavillo, for your leadership of that committee. We know that is an intricate task, and we appreciate you doing it so well. At this time, we will take agenda item 21E out of order. That is the out-of-state lawyers liaison. Director Israni.
Thank you, Chairman Chad. So I'll just start with some statistics on the demographics of out-of-state attorneys in our Texas attorney population. There are a little over 108,000 licensed attorneys in Texas. 13% of them practice out of state or out of the country. This has actually been one of the fastest growing segments of our Texas attorney population. From 2011 to 2021, the number of out-of-state out-of-country attorneys increased by 45%. This is compared to a 21% growth in all attorneys within Texas. And with the multi-state bar examination coming up soon, we can likely expect this group to grow even more. Where they concentrated, well, it's probably no surprise that the largest concentrations are in California, Florida, and Louisiana. Outside the country, they're primarily in the UK and Canada. And, you know, actually, I just realized, I just found out recently that there's a lot of great stats on the bar research department at texasbar.com/research. Currently, I guess in the past, there's really not been any information on out-of-state attorneys published there, but going forward, there will be an annual report on this segment of our population added to those reports. The second point I wish to mention is that I've been working with the state bar staff to draft a survey of out-of-state attorneys and out-of-country attorneys. This will be the first time we have done this, especially with the growing population of out-of-state attorneys. The purpose is really to better understand them. Why did they leave Texas? Why did they decide to join the Texas bar? The differences they experience with the various bars, what they like, what they don't like, what works for them, and more specifically, what services could be helpful to them as out-of-state attorneys. Or as attorneys that have been practicing outside of Texas. Ultimately, our goal is to better serve this growing segment of our Texas attorney population. I hope to be able to share the findings of this survey by the end of this fiscal year in our next meeting. But in the meantime, if you have any recommendations or thoughts on areas to focus on within this survey, please email me or call me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Israni, and safe travels. That brings us to agenda item 16, Discipline and Client Attorney Assistance Program. Our first general report will be decapped from Robert Toby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had our first meeting last week, and it was a very productive meeting, and we have a vision for what we're going to do this year. To give you a brief recap of where we're coming from this year, 2 years ago, there was a task force formed on public protection, grievance review, and the client security fund. And there was a deep dive done into the grievance system and the client security fund by that task force. They came back with recommendations in June of 2021. And the recommendation was to refer that to the DCAP committee. And under the excellent leadership of Diane St. Ives last year, the committee did a deep dive into about 10 issues impacting both the grievance system and the client security fund. Out of that, there was a report presented to the board in April of this year in El Paso and put to bed a number of significant issues that have been discussed really thoroughly and extensively for 2 years. There are a couple of issues that we are following up with this year, one being burden of proof on disbarment actions, and another dealing with the investigatory hearing process. We're looking at some issues there as well. The other aspect of it that we're looking at this year, the CDRR, which is the Client Disciplinary and Rules Referendum Committee, is going to be proposing some rules, presumably before our January meeting. We will be taking a look at those and obviously making recommendations to the board about those. So that's going to be an important aspect of what we do as well. The big focus, though, that the committee has decided to take on this year is education. I think that's a big problem that we need to bridge. We need to all work on as members of this board of directors. We've heard a number of reports today. Virtually every one of them mentions the disciplinary process as part of, a huge part of what we do as a board. And we heard statistics this morning in terms of the number of cases filed, the results of cases filed this morning. If you look beginning on page 49 of your board packet, there is a description of a number of cases that have resulted in discipline here in the first quarter and over the preceding years. And if you look at those, it becomes readily apparent that the vast majority of grievances filed could be avoided with just better practices, better communication with clients, taking on matters that you know how to do as opposed to things you don't know how to do, paying attention to detail. And I think that education process, if we can get it out there, not only our members of the committee, but this board, if we all go out to our local communities and speak on ways that lawyers could do better in their practice, the 7,000 or so grievances that get filed every year could be reduced in number. Obviously, there's going to be some, and there should be some, because, there's some problem lawyers out there that, have to be dealt with. But the education process, I think, is extremely important. President Gibson has got the initiative. She's got a video coming out that we're going to look forward to seeing. We need to use that at a local level to help the education process. So it's two aspects. Number one, how to prevent grievances from being filed in the first place. And then number two, if you are the subject of the grievance, what do you do? How do you handle it? What's the right way to go about it? So those two things, I think, can make a real positive difference in the big picture of the grievance process here in the state. So that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Toby. I was remiss. I skipped an agenda item. I apologize. At this time, we'll go back to agenda item 14C. That is the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee. Director Cavazos.
Thank you. Mine is short, actually. So the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee conducted substantial work on strategic goals along with the board at our workshop on July 21st in Houston, if you remember. It was pretty good. Elizabeth DeRico facilitated a brainstorming session, and we have now received her report and have a draft of the revised goals for our 2022-2023 5-year strategic plan update. Our subcommittee met on September 19th to review the work accomplished to date and to discuss what is needed to finish the strategic plan work and its goals before January. We will continue to refine the drafted goals at 2 more meetings in October and November, and then present the final draft to the board for consideration at the January 2023 board meeting. Thank you, and that concludes my report. Short.
Thank you, Director Cavazos. That brings us to back to agenda item 16B. That is the Client Security Fund. Director Forbes.
Thank you, Chairman Baruch. Hadi Gisort, good afternoon. Seeing as everyone else said something in a different language, I figured I would give a shout out to my own Armenian. First, for the benefit of our colleagues and the public who are watching, I wanted to explain the purpose of the Client Security Fund. It protects the integrity of the legal profession through providing discretionary grants to clients, and meaning the public who have been harmed by their lawyers' dishonest conduct. This committee's work represents the bar's commitment to the public. Second, I want to thank Claire Reynolds, who researches and drafts the most thorough and amazing memoranda, who helped the committee, and Shauna Willing, who guided us through our last meeting. Also, of course, we have a rock star committee, and I want to thank them. They consist of lawyers and public members for their dedication, time, and attention to disposing of the applications. Remember, this affects the public and very directly. It's really important work. Specifically, thank you to Vice Chair Lily Mount, Benny Augusto, Kenda Culpepper, August Harris, Cara Miller, Kimberly Naylor, Nitin Sud, and Michael Vasquez, who participated in our last meeting. And finally, we met on September 21 by Zoom. We disposed of 67 applications and 1 reconsideration, which, according to my records from my 2 years on the committee, is the highest number of applications we've ever considered. So serious shout out to Claire Reynolds. She really did a lot of work. The Client Security Fund approved $262,993.60 in payments to the public. And for the bar year, we've approved $276,978.60. And that concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Forbes. And again, thank you to all the members of that committee. The work that committee does is absolutely spectacular. Brings us to agenda item number 17. Under the Member Services and Education heading, Professional Development Subcommittee, Director McDonald.
Thank you, Chairman Baruch. The Professional Development Subcommittee meets twice annually, along with the CLE Committee, and we discuss topics for CLE programs and publications. Our next meeting is October 29th at the Texas Law Center, if anyone wants to join and participate. Some of the new programs that Texas Bar CLE added to its curriculum this year includes Mastering the Basics of Deposition Practice, Family Formation Cases, Writs of Habeas Corpus, Empowering Senior Lawyers, and Tools for Success in Life and the Profession, as well as Smart Contracts 2023. Texas Bar Books has plans to launch the new online version of all 4 volumes of the Texas Criminal Pattern Jury Charges series, and judges will have complimentary access through texasbarpractice.com as well as through the Center for the Judiciary's website. The Texas Minority Counsel Program through the Bar's Office of Diversity and Equity and Inclusion has been hard at work preparing for its flagship Texas Minority Counsel Program, which is going to hold a conference on November the 2nd through the 4th. TMCP is the premier client development networking and CLE event for attorneys in Texas and is quickly becoming one of the best legal diversity conferences in the country. This year marks the conference's 30th anniversary. And in conclusion, to offset the cost of CLE for lawyers who may need financial assistance, Texas Bar CLE offers full and partial scholarships for all of its programs, and the application process is easy, fast, and confidential. Scholarships are available for Texas Bar Books online publications. And with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director McDonald. Any comments from directors? It's inevitable I'm going to forget to invite comments and questions after some of these reports. Don't be deterred by that. If you have some, leap up and run for the microphone and you will jog my memory. That brings us to agenda item 17B, Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee. We will receive a general report from Director Shumbato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The
Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee held its first meeting of the new bar year on September the 14th. And we heard a number of updates on ongoing projects in the member benefits program. The overarching theme of those projects is probably marketing. The staff recently redesigned the marketing materials for the insurance and other benefit program with new website ads, print ads, a flyer, and the monthly benefits email. They're also planning some mixers with staff and law firm administrators. We're going to test out 2 mixers, the first being in Austin on October the 4th, the second being in Dallas on October the 6th. If they're well received, they'll be expanded to other cities. The purpose there is to relay information to law firm administrators for group insurance options. On October the 4th, a live webinar will be recorded and posted online to educate members about health insurance options. Coincidentally, as a reminder to everyone, the 2023 open enrollment period for health insurance begins November the 1st of this year and runs through January the 15th of 2023. So to wrap up, there are 3 ongoing asks. Number 1, please review the member benefits site periodically as the bar continues to add providers and services that are available. Those services involve both insurance and non-insurance options. Practice management software, car rentals, things like that. There are a lot of benefits available to bar members. That website or that web address is texasbar.com, then click on member benefits. Number 2, please spread the word of these services whenever you can to your local bar members so that they know, or at least have a hint that there are resources out there that they might not, but they've probably heard about them, but for some reason they're not checking them out. And then finally, if you have any vendors that you would like for the staff to contact, please feel free to let me know, and I will make sure that information makes its way to the proper people. Mr. Board Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Shambato. Any comments from directors? Seeing none, that brings us to agenda item 17C, Technology Oversight Subcommittee, Director Tolshin.
To get this done most efficiently, I've brought some technology up here to give the technology report. This is riveting. A new data loss prevention system has been deployed by the bar's data center to detect and prevent sensitive data loss, leaks, exfiltration, and breaches. The IT department is working on a new cloud-based phone system to replace the legacy system. The project to replace the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's case management system is currently ahead of schedule, on track for a July 2023 deployment. A new MCLE system is being developed. And finally, a new lawyer referral system portal on the cloud is being examined. This concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Tolshin. With these reports are so short, it's like Rosh Hashanah. We're up, we're down, we're up, we're down. This brings us to agenda item 18, Public Services and Education, the Legislative Policy Subcommittee, Director Miller.
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize, I only speak English. So I have a very short report for y'all today on what the Legislative Policy Subcommittee has been doing. Third-year directors will remember that at this meeting, we normally have a notebook of proposals from our sections asking for permission to take legislative positions in the upcoming session. However, this year is a little bit different because due to the McDonald litigation and the decision, sections have not requested to take a position on the type of legislation they have often sought to take a position on in the past. Accordingly, we have no request to present today. As you may know, the Access to Justice Commission also takes legislative positions. Post-McDonald, the Texas Access to Justice Commission has agreed to submit their proposed legislative positions to the SBOT Legal Counsel for review as they would review state bar legislative activities for McDonald compliance. No action is required by this board on that point, but any proposals the commission is taking a position on will be presented to us for information. We do not have to approve their activity, but if we have concerns regarding compliance with the McDonald decision, we can communicate that to them through our legal counsel. In your materials, you have the one proposal that the Access to Justice Commission has submitted. The proposed legislation, which is included in your materials today, amends Chapter 57.002 of the Texas Government Code, which governs the appointment of interpreters, to clarify that a person with a valid statement of inability to afford payment of court costs on file is not required to pay costs associated with language access services. This would make it align with the Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 145, which already makes court-appointed professionals a covered court cost. The State Bar's legal counsel and staff have reviewed this proposal and have approved it as germane to the functioning of state or federal courts, and therefore in compliance with the McDonald standards. Are there any questions for me before I conclude my report? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Miller. And now the best part of the meeting, the TYLA report from TYLA President Michael Ritter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, and hey, girl, hey. In your board packets are my columns from the Texas Bar Journal for July and August and September. The July-August column will probably look familiar to you because it is essentially the report that I gave at our board meeting in June in Houston. I'm grateful to those of you who came up to me and expressed messages of support and gratitude. I can tell you that having sent essentially the same message to over 100,000 attorneys in Texas, that I continue to receive messages of gratitude and support. I got text messages, emails, phone calls, and handwritten notes from members, TYLA members, state bar members, a judge, and even somebody on the state bar staff who expressed they encountered similar struggles during the pandemic. And I wanted to mention this because, you know, as state bar directors, we all have a voice and a platform and a position of leadership to show from our own personal and professional experiences that we are representative of and care about our members. So since we last spoke in June, the TYLA board has been hard at work. As President Gibson mentioned earlier at our quarterly board meeting in Dallas a couple of weeks ago, the chairs of our 8 project committees reported on the status of our public service projects. And one committee I wanted to highlight is our Public Service Committee. I'm thankful for the efforts of Director Pratt, as well as TYLA Director Courtney White and Amarillo, for really chairing and leading this project and moving it along so quickly. I'm also grateful for the participation of our interviewees who we video recorded, including Justice Jeff Boyd, Judge Jesse McClure, Justice Shari Kelly, and Judges Melody Wilkinson, Rhonda Hunter, and Lawrence Sepulveda, and others. We're progressing so quickly with this project. I think we're hitting a world record for TYLA to have almost all of the video. We do have all the video recording done for this project, which usually goes well into the next year or next calendar year of the bar year. So that will be for our project, How Texas Courts Work, to educate the public about the Texas judiciary. In my September column, I highlighted how TYLA Member Services Committee successfully completed a track of programming at the Bar Leaders Conference in Houston to empower local young lawyers associations in continuing bar service efforts after the pandemic. At the Bar Leaders Conference, I also had the distinct pleasure of besting Harriet Myers in a one-on-one showdown of heads or tails, and also addressing the Bar Leaders Conference attendees and discussing how to overcome leadership challenges after the pandemic. TYLA directors and myself also presented at law school orientations in August. And this brings me to the interactive portion of my report. I'm gonna ask you all to do me a favor. Will you? I see the heads nodding. Yes, this is amazing. A lot of great crowd participation. If you'll pull out your cell phones. Yeah, your smartphones, just pull them out if you have them. And pull up your favorite social media app. Facebook, LinkedIn, who's Twitter, Instagram. Those are the four. And type in Texas Young Lawyers. Okay, I'll wait.
Does it work on the Weather Channel?
And if you're not following, please press follow. I wanted to encourage audience for all of our law student orientations. And since our last board meeting, TYLA board meeting in May, we've increased our social media followership by over 5% in the past 3 months. We had approximately 17,000 followers before the beginning of this bar year, and now we have close to 19,000, which is, you know, a significant increase. And the moral of the story, again, is that state bar directors, we have platforms to reach out to our members and to keep them engaged and informed about all the great stuff that we're doing for them and that we can do for them. So when you're doing your presentations during this year to your local communities and talking about the 30 benefits in 30 minutes or the updates on the state bar, I encourage you to use this technique to get whoever's in the audience to follow the state bar to see all the great stuff that state bar is doing. So now that you're following TYLA social media, I'm going to let you know what you're going to see. We have 3 social media campaigns this year. The first is our #WhyTYLA campaign. This campaign will highlight the career successes of our past presidents, chairs, and board members. Our past board members, chairs, and presidents have served as state and federal court judges, both on the trial and appellate court level, as chief legal officers and general counsels in big corporations and small companies as well, and have gone on to hold leadership positions in local government and even in the state, continue on in the state bar board of Texas as presidents. So you'll see all the great things that TYLA directors do after they leave the board. The second thing is our Funny Fridays. I'm working to pair my bar journal columns with informative movies from my childhood and young adult years. This month is These Are Spirit Fingers from Bring It On. So we have Bring It On memes. Next month will be Who Lit the Black Flame Candle, which is Hocus Pocus. So there will be a #90s Coven Halloween memes on TYLA social media this month. Third and finally are our board member spotlights, which are being published through the Texas Bar blog. I'm grateful to the State Bar communications team for helping us with that. These director spotlights will highlight our efforts and the success of those efforts to revitalize our own board and committees after the COVID years. And although our bylaws actually require geographical diversity, we have also obtained a full range of diversity in terms of a full range of demographic backgrounds, practice areas, and employer types, including big firms, small firms, solo practitioners, government lawyers. We have a law professor, a chief municipal judge, a nonprofit executive director, and a military service member, Michael Joseph Hansen, who's currently deployed in Kuwait and who is actually one of our more involved members. Not to say that the other members aren't involved, but he is an incredible and amazing person. We're grateful for his service to our country and to our board. As I like to say, the TYLA represents the diversity that the state bar efforts and DEI efforts over the years have been trying to achieve. And with the continued support of those programs, the standing DEI committee, I just said DI committee. Yeah. Oops, no, it will be long living because it's now a standing committee. The governance of this board and our sections will inevitably follow and continue to be diverse. I also had the opportunity to survey our TYLA board members just to see where everybody was at in terms of how much time they're actually putting in and whether they're overwhelmed or underwhelmed or how we could address that. The report was we have spent in the past 3 months approximately 1,700 volunteer hours since June 1st, with approximately 1/3 of our board members having to take paid time off and vacation to participate in committee meetings and to attend our board meetings and events. We do a lot of great work. It's volunteer work, and I'm so excited about the passion and the energy that the young lawyers have. And I'm honored to work with such an amazing group of leaders that represent the future of state bar leadership and even your future state and federal court judges and future elected officials and future bar presidents. And we just have an incredible group of young lawyers that I'm just, exhilarated and just, humbled to lead. So thank you for your time and attention this afternoon. This concludes my president's report.
Thank you. Any comments from directors? Yeah. Thank you, Director Ritter, and thank you to all of the TYLA folks for making us proud of you each and every day. That brings us to agenda item 21C. That will be our judicial section liaison report from Judge Wilkinson.
So good afternoon, everyone, and greetings from the judiciary of the state of Texas. I am very proud to be the chair of the judicial section this year. I'm also very honored because, as you all know, one of the many great things that we get to do is to sit on this wonderful state bar board. I do want to take a little point of personal privilege to say that it's great to be back. I served on the bar board in 1999 until 2002 as one of the TYLA elected representatives. And so it's just fun for me to get to come back and see what's changed and what's different. But it's great to know that the business of the bar is well taken care of by the wonderful leadership that you all have. So you all to commend yourselves on the great job that you are doing on behalf of your fellow lawyers in the state of Texas. Now, in regards to the judiciary, I will tell you that the judiciary is excited because in the last 5 years, we've only met at our annual conference, which is typically held those few days after Labor Day weekend. So earlier this month, we met, you heard a little bit about that earlier, at the Gaylord Hotel in Grapevine. The reason why it was the second time in the last 5 years that we could actually come together and meet, it's because you may remember we had a hurricane about 5 years ago, and then we had a pandemic. And so we had to cancel our annual meeting for a couple of years. So as members of the judiciary, we were excited to see each other. Believe it or not, we love networking as much as everyone else does at the hospitality suite yesterday as well. And so it was great to be back. At that conference, we had just over 660 judges in the state of Texas at that conference. We actually had a waiting list of judges. That's all the conference facilities would hold. So it always makes me sad when we hear that we can't accommodate every judge that wants to come. I will tell you that your state bar board is very proudly represented because at the conference, our judicial section board of directors met, and Director Kim Naylor, who is our liaison, she participated in that meeting. And she also participated when we had our in-person meeting at the annual meeting in June. So she literally just found out about her committee assignment in June, went straight to a meeting and then came back. So we're appreciative for her work. And then we know when she's unable to participate in a meeting, we've got Director Kroger who will be there and able to assist us with issues with the state bar. So we very much appreciate their support. As a member of the judicial section, we also have, I mentioned our conference, but we have our Texas Bar Foundation Day, and we're very grateful for the support of the Texas Bar Foundation, and it highlights the Bar Foundation for all of the judges. And so the judges honor the foundation on that day. There is a huge luncheon that everybody looks forward to. This particular year, I know that your executive director, Trey Apfel, he had an opportunity to go, and Chairman Chad Baruch, you heard about him participating, and we also had other bar dignitaries. Now, State Bar President Laura Gibson, while she showed you all these fabulous pictures of the travel and the representation that she has made for all of us everywhere, she actually has a full-time job. And so she did not get to go to the annual judicial conference and give the annual remarks because she was actually in trial. And so we were very sad to have missed her at that conference, but Chairman Baruch did a wonderful job of representing the state bar at that meeting and conveying the message to all of the judges what the state bar is doing. I will tell you in terms of the judicial section, what we are really gearing up for is making sure that we are available as a resource when members of the legislature have questions when it concerns legislation. As you know, this is an upcoming legislative year. It's interesting, our bylaws of the judicial section provide that during legislative sessions, a district judge will always be chairman of the judicial section. So every other year you have a district judge, such as myself, I'm in the 17th District Court as chairman of the section. And in the non-legislative years, we alternate between a county court at law judge. You may recall Judge Earl from Austin was our chair last year. And then next year you'll have Chief Justice Rebecca Martinez. And so we are very, I don't know if excited is the right word, but we are trying to make sure that we have our ducks in a row and that we were able to provide the resources so that we can be a resource during the session. And in that regard, we always appreciate the work of Kaylin Laney and our executive director, Tracy Knuckles, or our staff person, Tracy. They do an excellent job assisting us. And thank you to you all for your support of the judiciary. And that concludes my report unless anyone has any questions. Thank you.
Judge Wilkinson, apparently all of your fellow judiciary members blew up my trial judge court's email box. And she said that it was noted and they were very disappointed in her for keeping me in trial since they were looking forward to hearing my report. So thank you.
I don't know what the parliamentary procedure there is, but I know when I see President Gibson coming, just get out of the way. That brings us to agenda item 21D. That is our the report from our federal judicial liaison, Judge Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the board for the opportunity to be here. This group is made up of preeminent attorneys and judges who have extremely successful and storied careers. And yet you give of your time in service of your fellow attorneys and the public at large. In the short time I've been able to serve, I've learned so much about what this board does and the amount of time and commitment that you put into your service is inspiring. I wish the public had greater awareness of it. And I just want to say that it is an honor and privilege to serve alongside you this year. There are 3 items of general note for the federal courts. The first, of course, is COVID. The federal courts continue their commitment to the administration of justice as safely and expeditiously as possible. I always smile when attorneys ask if the federal courts are back. We never stopped. Persons continued to be arrested during the pandemic. They continued to be afforded their constitutional rights as expeditiously as possible. We just had to figure out different ways to do it, whether by video or with lots of partitioning, plastic, masking, sanitizing, distancing, anything else we could think of. Please continue to be taken. Investigative tools continue to be authorized. The only thing that wasn't happening were those things that were required to be in person, such as sentencings and jury trials. On the civil side, the robust motion practice continued. Those cases continued to be handled. And again, the only thing that wasn't happening for a time were jury trials. We've since continued, the courts continue to monitor COVID levels in their individual cities and districts. And courts continue to issue orders affecting the courthouses in those communities. And of course, each judge has the discretion to impose conditions for his or her courtroom. So we are continuing to try to keep everyone safe, but to continue the works of the federal courts. The second item is conflicts. The Judicial Conference has imposed requirements for federal judges, including those in Texas, to monitor, report, and quickly act on conflicts of interest, especially in the area of financial conflicts. So we are continuing to pay greater attention to that and subject to greater reporting requirements in an effort to increase transparency and confidence in the judiciary. The third is the court's electronic filing system. As of the end of this summer, 3 of the 4 districts in Texas are now live on the most recent version called Next Gen. 1 district was already on that system. It affects how attorneys and litigants can access the court's filing system. Each district will have instructions and information on its website, including points of contact for assistance in any issues that parties have accessing the system with the updates. But it should be better, it should be more efficient, and I urge you to ask your local court any questions that you have. With regard to specific courts, the Northern District of Texas now has a new chief judge. Effective September 6th, David Godby succeeded Barbara Lynn as the chief. Each of the courts will have job postings and information relating to their specific districts. There are a couple postings for the Eastern District, and I think in the Western District. There are some warnings for communities, specific communities. We've seen some scams that are directed at federal jurors. So there's information, warnings about that, not just to the public, but well, to everyone, not just to the attorneys, but to the public as well. There are also high profile cases and notable opinions for each district that are always listed there. So continue to check your court's website for things of interest in your local communities. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Ramirez. Any comments from directors? Brings us to agenda item 22, our last discussion item, the report from General Counsel Ross Fisher.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Last month, I worked with in-house legal counsel Brad Johnson and Chris Ritter on responding to a litigation hold notice, which you got an email from Chris that was put together as the legal team put together for you. That's not an agenda item today. That was a litigation hold notice from a respondent in a disciplinary matter. If you have questions about it, feel free to reach out to me or to Chris or to Brad if you have questions about your obligations under that hold notice. I was asked to give you a quick reminder on your obligations to preserve state bar records. And so I just want to remind you, give you a quick summary of the section 9 of the policy manual that talks about your obligations to what public information is and what your obligations are to preserve those. And so just a quick reminder, this is a 9.05.03 entitled Public Information. As an officer, anything that you receive that relates to the state bar and you receive in your official capacity and it pertains to the official business of the state bar is considered public information. And so you're under an obligation to preserve that. It goes on to say that information that is created by, transmitted to, received by, or maintained by a board member and relates to the board member's official capacity is public information. So, and that includes, specifically says, letters, documents, emails, internet postings, text messages, instant messages, and other electronic communications. So it's pretty broad, includes stuff that you might put on social media if you're doing it in your state bar capacity. In the unlikely event that an opposing counsel were texting you about pending litigation, you would need to preserve those and make sure that they're available in the future in case anyone asks for them. So just read that and remind yourself about that. The other issue besides what is public information is how long do you have to preserve it? And the state bar has an obligation to go to the Texas State Library and Archive Commission periodically with a schedule. And so they do that every couple of years and that schedule is approved and posted online. So if you have questions about how long do I have to keep this, then there's an answer to that. And it depends on what kind of document it is. So anytime you have questions about that, we're here to help and feel free to reach out to me. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Before we move to our final agenda item, a couple of notes. Agenda item number 24, you do have in your packets various information about State Bar Committee projects and objectives report. So you can refer to that in your materials. Thank you again to the staff for making this meeting such a success. Quick shout out to 2 guys that never get mentioned, Craig and Paul in the back there taking care of the video. We appreciate you guys very much. And just Thank you to the board. The brevity of this meeting reflects your hard and thorough work in committee between the meetings. So let's continue to do as much of that work as we can in advance of our quarterly meetings. Thank you all for the privilege of standing up here. It means the world to me. And thank you to the three women to my left for providing such outstanding leadership of our organization during their respective terms. With that, we are at agenda item 25. I'd like to ask Director Hoskins to come lead us in the State Bar of Texas mission statement. Would you all rise and join with us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you please recite the mission statement with me. The mission of the state of Texas is to support the administration of the legal system, assure all citizens equal access to justice, foster high standards of ethical conduct of lawyers, enable its members to better serve their clients and the public, educate the public about the rule of law, and promote diversity in the administration of justice and the practice of law. Thank you.
Absent, yes, Director Tolshin. I was not going to call for a motion, but I'm delighted to have it from you, Director Tolshin. There, Director Tolshin has moved. Director Charbonnet has seconded. Absent objection, the chair will declare us adjourned.